Nice one, fella. On 10. 5. 3, 2, 1. On you. Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Radlett. First home game in the Metro Bank One Day Cup for Middlesex, Northamptonshire, the visitors here in Hertfordshire, this sunny Monday morning. Blue skies up above us. That's what everybody needs to know first and foremost at the cricket, isn't it? How are the skies looking? They're looking pretty good. Looking good alongside me as well, Tom Ford, alongside myself, Kevin Hand, on the commentary for this one today. News of the toss, Northamptonshire have won it, and they have elected to have a bat first. Interesting, bearing in mind the weekend we've just had of One Day Cup action where batting first hasn't particularly been easy. We'll see. Radlett has its own rules as well. We'll come to all of that in a moment. But Tom, great to be back with you for the home games. And well, we've got everything we want overhead, so let's hope the pitch plays its part as well. And Middlesex, obviously, a couple of tough away games, but now they've got a home game under their belt. They'll be desperate to get up and running today.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Lovely day out there, like you say, Kev. I think we should be in for a good game today. Like you say, both Middlesex without a victory, but so are Northampton. So opportunity for both teams to get off the mark in this competition. Beautiful hot day. We've got a nice crowd in as well, so we should be set for a good one.
Absolutely. Let's hope so. Yeah, they are packed in today. Actually, One Day Cup, well, over the years, list day, it's always been a different kind of setup, hasn't it, for opposed to T20, and especially in an outground, to get up close and personal with it. Let's get up close and personal with those teams. We'll start with Middlesex, who have made two changes to the side that lost at Derbyshire. That means that Ethan Bamber has dropped out. So too has Blake Cullen. Henry Brooks coming in with Ishan Kaush, you'll see down the bottom there. So same top order. Whether that's batting lineup, Nathan Fernandez, Joe Cracknell, Sam Robson, Mark Stoneman, Martin Anderson, Luke Holman, Josh DeCaries, Henry Brooks and Ishan Kaush are the two coming in. Noah Cornwall keeping his place as well. Davies, of course, will keep wicket for Middlesex. As for Northamptonshire, they've lost their first two as well. Defeats to Derbyshire. We talked all through that on Saturday up at the county ground in Derby, where it was a stunning comeback by Derbyshire against the Steelbacks. They also lost over the weekend to Hampshire in their second game. But Shaw gave Vasconcelos, Bartlett, Zabe, Lewis McManus, the wicketkeeper, Miller, Broad, Sales, Finnan and Weatherly. A very familiar looking Northamptonshire lineup for this one. Players are nearly ready to go. Umpires as well. They're just down below the pavilion away to our right hand side. You can see the umpires on the right there. Middlesex in the field for this one. Yeah, interesting weekend of One Day Cup action. It was very much the case at Derbyshire on Saturday. Similarly, I saw the game at the Oval yesterday. Surrey taking on Glamorgan and batting first, 11 o'clock both days. It was tough. Two new balls. It was doing all sorts. Middlesex were 49 for 1 at the end of the power play. Robson falling last ball of it on Saturday. And then yesterday, 15 for 3, Surrey, then 60 odd for 5. And there was no comeback really. So interesting decision by Northamptonshire to bat first. Middlesex, I'm sure, will be saying, right, go hard at them in these early overs at the stumps. Let's see what there is. Radlett is usually a very good surface. It can have a lot of pace and bounce in it on occasion. That was what we saw on both tracks over the weekend. Derbyshire, in particular, a real surprise just how much pace there was in that one. So we're looking at Brooks, looking at Cornwall, near left there, and Cashel, he's got his arm around him as well. Martin Anderson will offer a fourth seam option, and DeCaries and Holman with two spinners, and perhaps Fernandez as well, if required. But a few final words of encouragement from Mark Stoneman before Middlesex get going. You are watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex, live here at Radlett in association with Daffabet. Thanks to the kits, the clothing sponsors as well, Charles Tyrrett, for their support of the club. But here we go, ready to get up and running for Middlesex's first home game in the competition, and they'll be hoping for a first win, much as the Steelbacks will as well. Two defeats for these two teams in their opening two matches, so we shall see what we'll give on this one. But yeah, out come the Northamptonshire opening pair. They'd have thought they had that Derbyshire game to begin, but a stunning comeback from Zach Chappell with 94, and they were 7 down with not many on the board. Derbyshire, but came back to win with a resounding effort from the lower order. It's going to be Ishan Kaushal to open the bowling from the pavilion end here at Radlett. It looks as though he will have one slip in place. And yeah, just the one slip, I think, to begin with, unless he's got a second head in that way. not right now, but just at any other point maybe. But
Be pretty sure to take strike. First ball. Good move, I think, here from Middlesex as well. Ishan Kaushal straight in the team and straight into the bowling lineup, opening up here. Beautiful sunny Radlett.
Yeah, good to see Kaushal back in the side. First appearance in the one-day cup this season. Middlesex unchanged.
On 4. Going to 1-on-1. Going to 3-on-3.
That one fires through. Chase on here for Fernandez.
Going to 1-on-1. Going to 5-on-5.
Buys it is, but early seam movement. And I think, as much as that, there are a couple of extras that Middlesex, of course, wouldn't want to give away. They'll be pretty enthused that there's a little bit of movement out there. First up for the bowlers.
They'll need to be hit the mark early on here, Middlesex. It was a difficult start against Derbyshire the other day. Kaushal find any movement here.
Coming to 1-on-1.
Lovely ball. Good line, good length. Left-hander forced to play at that one.
Just make sure you've got the right mic plugged in, please, so I can hear myself on the stream. Make sure you're not feeding us your mic as well, because I can hear myself.
Slipping a gully in place at the moment. I wonder are they tempted at all to put in a second slip. Deep third, point cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, deep square and short fine leg. And a full ball, tempting short. Apologies, Gay, the scoreboard's frozen at the bottom at the moment. One without loss, it was one by, I should confirm for you, that was taken, that one that got through. Second slip comes into place. Two slips and a gully now, so it's a 7-2 field, is it, that they're going to go with? It is indeed. They've got two slips, the gully, deep third, points, cover and a mid-off, then just a mid-on and a deep square. Kaushal clipped to that deep square for a single. Middlesex will feel this is their moment to attack. Kaushal giving the nod today ahead of the experienced Bamba. We've got only one real experienced head in the bowling lineup, Middlesex, in terms of Ethan Bamba in the one-day cup at the moment. Of course, Henry Brooks coming into this game. He's got a fair bit of experience under his belt now, but Cullen dropping out as well, with Brooks coming in. Nice line and length, but pushed away beautifully by Shaw. Won't be the first boundary. Could slide from Cracknell and double up with Stoneman. Holds them to a couple. 4 without loss. Here's the score. That scoreboard will click into life at some point. It's not quite up to date yet. Out of our control, sadly, but hopefully whatever gremlin there is down the line somewhere will be picked up on that. Comes direct from the scorer's tent. Right up there and into the block hole, but clipped off the toes. End of the opening over. Plenty to be excited about in there for Kaushal. 5 without loss. Northamptonshire, there's a bit of movement out there, there's a bit of pace, and Middlesex will hope that they will try to be able to get through some early wickets. Getting through plenty of sun cream today, I'd imagine, out there. Hopefully a lot of water as well. Keep hydrated. It is a very hot day. There's a few hydrating in the background there. Water doesn't look like it's the choice. Just gone 11 in the morning, but to each their own. Now Cornwall will open up from the Salters Field end. Slip in place behind Shaw, who wears 100 on his back. It's bold from an opening bat to wear 100 on your back. Or maybe he's looking for a contract. Oh, lifting ball through to the keeper. And again, Middlesex, I don't think will be too disappointed with any of this early doors. They'll be, I'd imagine they'd have hopes for a bit of pace, a bit of bounce, and a bit of encouragement for their bowlers, much as Derbyshire had on Saturday morning on what was a lively surface to begin at Derby. A little different in the afternoon under that baking sun. Tried out a little bit more. Similarly at the Oval, it was a very similar game yesterday. Middlesex will hope it will be the same at Radlett today. Low full toss on that one though, gets away with it, straight to mid-off.
Yeah, encouraging signs early on for the bowlers, a little bit of carry, bit of pace, movement. We really need to make the most of this. Cornwall and Cowshall up against a dangerous opening pair. Emilio Gay and Prithvi Shaw, everyone knows what the Indian star can do.
It's clipped back for a square on the leg side, and they will take 2. I'm quite sure. Sweeper would get around, but he did. 7 without loss, Northamptonshire. Gently played on this occasion, up to Stoneman at mid-off. Cornwall, one of the bright young talents for Middlesex, as Ishan Cowshall is as well. With the ball, Cullen also has been held up by injuries. Doesn't quite hit the mark in the first 2 games, and run of Cowshall and Brooks. Chipped back. But it gets through and a single taken.
Opportunity it looked like there for Cornwall. Yeah, sure, just not getting that at all, and got his fingertips to it. I think he actually expected it to come back at him quicker than it did. But Shaw didn't get, just sort of clothed it back. Chance there for Middlesex, and that would have been a huge wicket.
Has he got him? He has this time. Catch is taken by Takeris in the slips. Middlesex have the breakthrough in the second over. Good stuff from Cornwall. Disappointed the ball before with a chop. For his own bowling, difficult always at Corton bowls. He was done by the lack of pace as the ball came back to him. On this occasion though, that ball zips through and the dangerous Gay departs. Middlesex know full well the talent of Emilio Gay, in particular at outgrounds as well. But back he goes, end of the second over, and this is why. Look at that late swing. That's what did for Gay. Just goes late, just there. Changes the line of the ball. And the edge, well taken by Takeris at slip. 2 done in the start of this Metro Bank One-Day Cup match here at Radlett. And Northamptonshire are 8 for 1.
Yeah, very good start from Noah Cornwall. Big wicket of Emilio Gay, well caught, a second slip. As you say, Kev, there's late movement there. It's good that Middlesex can make the most of it. Early breakthroughs are key in this format of the game. There's a green tinge on this pitch as well, which will encourage the bowlers. I mentioned before, it's maybe not a bad toss to lose actually, and bowl first here at Radlett. Middlesex have made a great start.
Cashel then for a second over. He'll be keen to get on the act. Emilio Gay passing for one. Ricardo Vasconcelos, the new batter, to join Shaw. Leg side and the wide signals. Swings away. Good stop by Davies, prevents the boundary because that one really did go. Now that goes through. Davies, a good tumbling stop again. Just going to have a look back at Davies' fine effort behind the stumps on the wides to prevent it going for 4, but watch this one. Straight through. That's checked back. Over the top of middle and nearly middle and leg. A couple of early indications in that opening over from Cashel that there's a little bit of movement out there, and absolutely no doubt about it now. Swing for Cornwall, picking up the wicket. That's seam movement though for Cashel from the pavilion end, and they've got a second slip in place now for Shaw. And he's taken that off middle, and he's taken it fine for 4. They've just moved across the short fine leg, as is the way the bowler ends up going a little bit too straight, but nonetheless though, that was one that's angling in towards middle and leg. Well have missed, but still taken off the stumps. 13 for 1.
It's a race to the boundary as well. Hot last few days here at Radlett. Dry outfield.
Now that's trouble. Just outside the line then. Just outside the line, unless there was bat involved, but I thought he was in trouble there. Shaw, how far across did he step? Watch that front pad. The heights he's gone with, I guess, the umpire, but Shaw's not the tallest. I must admit, on first glance, I did not think that height was going to be a problem with that at all. And on the replay, you can see it hits up above the knee roll, but as we know in this day and age with DRS now, hitting above the knee roll does not mean a batter is not out anymore. Oh, now he's gone past the edge. This is good stuff from Cashel. This is tough for Shaw. Did this go off the surface or through the air? It's off the surface. Swings through to the gloves of the keeper once passing the batter.
Beautiful delivery from Cashel. He started well here, looking dangerous. Drastic movement off the surface. Pretty Shaw looking to attack.
Where's that gone? Over points. And it'll race to the boundary, but the bowlers are on top here. It's a moral victory for Cashel as much as that's a boundary for Shaw. And 4 more for Northamptonshire. But he didn't know much about that one. And much as the one that he clipped fine for 4, felt that he was taking that off the stumps and he was in danger of getting himself in trouble. The ball seemed it all, as the next one did, but the umpire decided that was too high. 13 for no wickets for Cashel off his 2. And at the end of the third, Northamptonshire 17 for 1. I reckon that LBW is a pretty good shout for Cashel in that over. But without DRS, it is one where you end up saying, all right, above the knee roll, not out. Might just have gone upstairs, but equally it may well have just been umpire's call, which was not out. Cornwall to continue with his second over. Sars leg sides. Oh, and he gets away with it. It's straight to Brooks. Hey, there we are in the background. but clipped straight to Brooks. We had a great line of that one, as you can see on the stream there, right behind him. Leg side again, and he won't get away with it this time. Clipped away for 4, down to the pavilion. Into the players and match officials area. Just down below the pavilion there. It's almost like crazy golf, that, wasn't it? He's got it right in the little channel there.
Yeah, just straying in line. Cornwell, especially in these early overs. Just a couple of fielders out. That ball's going to race away, nicely timed.
That ball will be getting in trouble with the
Vasconcelos.
rainfall. Straying into the PMOA area. I got told off a minute ago. I didn't really. It's lovely, Lorraine. It's a lovely tab to backward point by Vasconcelos. Channel outside off stump for Cornwall. .4 the run rate. It doesn't feel like Northamptonshire have gone anywhere really in these opening couple of overs, but 5.4 is a pretty healthy scoring rate. Of course, there was a leading edge, a couple of tucks fine as well for 4. That one's leg side again, and very nearly Vasconcelos closing the face on that one. Decided in the end to keep the face open, which is a good decision, because I think there's a bit of shape on that ball. That is the end of the 4th. 21 for 1. That is the pavilion, the players and match officials area, that little channel below to the right-hand side, and below to the left as well, the Northamptonshire players and their dressing room on that left channel of the advertising board, the right side for Middlesex, and the umpires as well to wander their way through. And up the top, the match control centre, where your aforementioned Lorraine Paul will be making sure everything's working well today around the grounds. Working her socks off as ever. Lifting ball from Cowshall to begin the new over.
Yeah, bounce off this surface. Early signs promising for the bowlers. Pretty sure has struggled to really judge this surface so far. Big bounce. Cowshall is a tall guy, but just rocking up towards the gloves.
It's the kind of pitch you generally hope for here at Radlett. It's not always the case. You can get one that does have this bit of pace, this bit of bounce in it, which this one has. Oh, it's good again, high up on the splice. That's played by Shaw, only just over the top of that one. Played just as uncomfortably as the ball before though, and Cowshall's getting up a bit of steam here from the pavilion ends.
Ball is just struck pretty sure on the fingers. Physio coming out to have a quick look. It's been drastic bounce so far from Cowshall. Very impressive start. Just his 6th state match, and he started well. Here for Middlesex, opportunity to try and break his way into this team.
Yeah, that ball before struck on the gloves, didn't it? This last one was on the splice, but you can imagine the reverberations went up through the bat handle. So anything damage done the ball before would have hurt that a little bit more on the last delivery as well. But yeah, there have been occasions, as with any particular outground, that obviously you turn up and it just misbehaves a bit. But generally, you always hope at Radlett there'll be a bit of pace and a bit of bounce. But sometimes the bounce has been inconsistent. We haven't seen any of that so far today. We've just seen good bounce, good threat, good carry. The seamers will be very enthused by this so far. An enthused audience in as well, you would hope. A couple of sensible folk in the back there finding the shade. The rest of them are saying, nah, stuff it, we haven't had a summer yet. Let's get out there. Now that's punched only as far as points. They don't get a single for it. Good stop by Cracknell. Tickle. Might bring two. It does. Just in between the deep square Luke Holman. It's Henry Brooks there who retrieves the ball. 23 for one ashore. Ticks along to 16 from 18.
A difficult player to bowl at, pretty sure. Anything wide and he'll throw his hands through it. Anything too straight and he's very strong off his legs. So Kaushall's got to be in around that off stump.
Edged. And edged for four, the vacant deep third. Keep your eyes on the ball. Well done, everybody. We'll ramp up off the advertising board as it's done there, but genuine edge. Fourth slips catch.
Yeah, that's where he wants to be. You see Shaw just pushing at that one. Flies through the gap safely, but moral victory for the bowler.
That's lifted all the way into the bushes. New ball, please. That's gone a long way. We'll do well to get that one back out of the trees and the bushes over deep backward square.
I think that was a moral victory for the batter. Big shot from Prithvi Shaw. First six of the game, just short, rocking onto that back foot. Beautiful strike, sounded lovely off the bat. New ball will be needed.
Well, they're having a look for it, but I'd suggest they might be quicker getting the new ball. There are a good number of balls that disappear here at Radlett.
Luke Holman just being pulled back. He was off to the car park to go and have a look for that one. Good end to the over there for Northants. That run rate up at 6.6, 33 for one.
So yeah, here's the ball from the other end, two balls, one at either end. So they've got time to find that other one with the six coming last ball of the over. That's a nice little clip. They'll pick up a couple again. Brooks doing the fielding. Beats the attack soon enough. Henry Brooks back in the side. That just squares him up again. Ball straightening on Vasconcelos, and that little bit of bounce as well, unsettling him. Driven away. Only as far as backward points. Cornwall get out of this over. The run rate's climbed up to 6.3. That 6 to end the last over off Shane Cowshall, just ticking the run rate up. Ooh, leg side on that one. That's a wide signals. Vasconcelos equally though feels he's missed out on a gimme 4 down the leg side.
Yeah, Cornwall just have to keep that ball nice and full. Try and get any movement. It doesn't usually last long with these white balls. It's a little bit wide, but benefit of the doubt from the umpire to Cornwall. Yeah, you can see just a couple overs in to this game with each ball, and already that movement's just starting to slow down a little bit. We saw with the wicket of Emilio Gay, there was drastic movement away from the left-hander.
Now he's got in. Nicks one through. Drawn into a wider delivery. A little bit of movement away from the left-hander again. Vasconcelos goes with it, and he has to go back to the pavilion. He goes for 6. Davies on the move, taking the catch behind the stumps. Cornwall, we've seen that little bit of swing away. Probably, again, just a little bit of late swing, I'd imagine. There it goes. Similar to the Emilio Gay, which was taken at second slip. This one taken by the keeper in front of slip. Fine delivery from Cornwall. Good reward for a good line and length.
Yeah, nearly carbon copy of that first wicket. Just saying, Cornwall needs to keep that nice and full. Extract that movement. Just a little bit. Does enough for Ricardo Vasconcelos and another big wicket. Cornwall started well here, 2 for 10. Another big wicket for Middlesex.
Yeah, 36 for 2 in the 6th. Middlesex will be happy with that. If they can grab another one before the power plays out, then it will represent a good start, even though that scoring rate's up and over 6 already. To remind yourself that it is a smaller ground at Radlett, and it is usually a high scoring ground as well. As a result, the square is up on a bit of a mound here, and once you leave the square in any given direction, the ball, the area I should say around it, slips away on a slope. Ball generally all race away. If you're going for a big shot as well, even the miss hits can go for 6. So Bartlett is the new batter in at 4. And a bit of bounce for Cornwall, and that will have given Bartlett something to think about. All he'll be thinking about at the moment is a few expletives in his head, because that's hurt. End of the over, 6 done, 36 for 2. And Cornwall 2 for 10, the 2 wickets to go, as he's now picked up Emilio Gay and a couple of the big names, Gay and Vasconcelos. The 2 to fall, and a little bit of damage done as well.
Yeah, welcome to the crease. George Bartlett, that has wrapped him right on. Around the knuckles, that would have hurt. Again, just a little bit extra bounce in this surface, which looks like the batters don't look like they've just got used to that yet, but very good from Noah Cornwall. 2 big wickets. This is the key wicket they'll want, pretty sure. Number 100 on his back. It's been a good battle between these two so far. Shaw just depositing one. Pulled for 6 at the end of the last over. But Cowshall's beaten the bat as well.
ball's just over the top of middle and clipped nicely by Shaw. He's worked that very well, square of the wicket at the boundary.
Yeah, just nice timing from Pretty Shaw, but again, just showing this outfield very, very rapid. Short ground, and there is also the slope as well. Away from the pitch, it just slope away towards those boundaries. Pretty Shaw just starting to motor here.
Doubles up. Couple of boundaries back to back for Shaw. 44 for 2 now. Shaw's on 34. Nice looking shot from Shaw, but can go fully through with it. Just watchful. Tumbling stop by Brooks prevents even a single.
Yeah, Middlesex are going to want to see the back of Pretty Shaw as quick as possible. He's due some runs, and once he gets going, he really can go big. Scores of 9 and 40 in the opening 2 one-day cup games for Pretty Shaw. Cowshaw will have a go at the new batter, George Bartlett, former Somerset man, made the switch over to Northamptonshire.
A good production line down at Somerset. Eddie Byram was at the Oval yesterday for Glamorgan, and is it one in the Derbyshire lineup as well, who is ex-Somerset, I'm sure, as well on Saturday. Lift from Cowshaw again, and Bartlett rides the bounce on this occasion for a single. All that one on the glove from Cornwall at the end of the previous over, so any extra bounce at the moment will be alarming Bartlett. End of the over, 46 for 2.
The Middlesex look sharp in the field. Stoneman keeping 3 slips in place for the new bat of George Bartlett. Just feel if they can get 1 more wicket in this first 10 overs. Really productive start. Cornwall to keep going. Very good start to his spell. 2 key wickets. That's a good start to Bartlett. Just tucking him up. Bartlett with a half century in the opening one-day cup game against Derbyshire a few days ago.
Lift again from Cornwall. Bartlett will be on alerts here. Cornwall's finding movement and bounce is tough.
That's a beautiful delivery. Very impressive. 20 deliveries here from Noah Cornwall. Just finding that bit of extra pace and bounce, movement to find those outside edges.
That one inside edge, rolls back down the pads into the offside. Watch Sam Robson here at slip. Ball lifts. Watch Robson's reaction. Oh! He goes back with it as well. As an opening batter at slip, he felt that, didn't he? Punched away through the covers. Lovely shot by Bartlett. That'll be his first boundary. They're giving a chase, but short boundaries, as said, and down the hill. That's probably the least down the hill part of the mound, away towards the cover boundary there. But nonetheless, it is still a gradient that's always in the batter's favour rather than the fielders. Luke Holman giving the hard chase. A little use of the feet from Bartlett. Nicely done.
Yeah, lovely shot. Standing tall there, George Bartlett. You say just a couple of steps down the track. Trying to put Cornwall off his length. It's been a good even battle. His first 8 overs. That boundary bringing up the Northants 50. 2 wickets. That's what bowling attacks are always looking for. 2 or 3 wickets in that first power play, and they'll feel like they're on top.
So a little bit of movement. So for timing there, Bartlett, I'd suggest that just came back in slightly to him, which resulted in the bottom edge on the flat batted effort. Just the 4 off the over. So Cornwall's 2 for 14 from his 4 so far. A really good start from him. The run rate is at 6s. 50 on the board for the Northamptonshire Steelbacks after 8. 50 for 2. 2 to come to the power play then. And we'll see a change of bowling for the first time with Henry Brooks coming on, replacing Ishan Kaushal, who has bowled well and has bowled with threat, but he's been slightly more expensive of the 2 bowlers and has yet to pick up the wicket, although he had a very, very good shout for LBW. In the opinion of a few, of sure. 34 Kaushal went for off his 4 overs, so a contrast there to Cornwall, but indeed he also had that leading edge, didn't he, and an orthodox edge that raced away to deep third as well. So he was unlucky in that spell, Kaushal.
I think Henry Brooks will like this surface. Likes getting a little bit of extra bounce. Look to hit the pitch hard.
Drifts on down the leg side to begin. Slips out.
Back in the side for this game, Brooks. Missed out against Derbyshire. Took 1 for 57 in the opening game against Worcester. Playing against his brother in that game. Again, there is that bounce. Shaw riding it well. You feel Henry Brooks could be a handful on this pitch with that bit of bounce, bit of movement. Some good variations. Good battle up against Prithvi Shaw.
It's there or thereabouts where I want to leave the ball, Brooks. Bounce that there is in this surface and a little bit of movement early on as well. Batters will be reluctant to try and force anything off that line and that length. And slightly fuller length brought the wickets for Cornwall, as batters went chasing drives that weren't quite there for them. Very difficult to do anything with that ball that Brooks has just delivered. other than go up and over, and he does get it up and over for 4. Big response from Shaw to that one, but I don't think the bowlers will mind that too much, because that betrays a little bit that the bowlers are on top here for me. Clubs it back over mid-on.
First sign of danger for us here in the commentary tent. There we are. Again, Kev, just to let you know, I'm expecting you to jump in front and catch any needed, okay? He's gone up and over there, pretty sure. It's going to race away as well, back-to-back boundaries. Into the 40s, Shaw's motoring. Just a little bit short and wide from Henry Brooks. The quality batter's not going to miss out there.
Now he's clubbed him again. This is an extraordinary onslaught by Shaw. And taking the attack to Middlesex at the end of the power play, new bowler on. He's taken a liking to him quickly.
Yeah, that's where he loves it, pretty sure. This short can rock onto that back foot. He's starting to look really good here, dangerous. 46, 29 deliveries. Middlesex are going to have to rethink their plan. They will not want Pretty Sure to keep going, get away. He can take a game away from you very quickly.
63 for 2. And that first one was unconvincing. It could have gone straight up. The second 2, he's gone into a bit of form. And from Brooks, you're not going to hit that one off the top of off. Just a little bit tighter. It was only ever so slightly off in the last 2 from Brooks. But Shaw clearly made a decision. The first of the 3. Ah, there we go. The scoreboard's catching up now. Let me pause for a moment. 9 overs bowled, 64 for 2. Yeah, the first of those 4s. The ball before was a lovely line and length, and as I said at the time, there's not much you can do with that. The only thing you can do is what he did the next ball, which was to try and club it off that length just outside off, and on that one he was a little lucky. It could easily have gone up, but it cleared mid-on. Shane Cowshall able to cut it off as it went for 4, but that one Middlesex wouldn't have minded too much. The next 2, huge credit to the batter. He's on 47 from 30 now, Shaw. Here's Cornwall, though, with 2 for 14 from his 4 overs so far. 5th coming up, so he'll bowl through the power play from the Saltersfield end. That's nicely done by Shaw. Pivots to take the ball off a length, just a little too straight to begin with from Cornwall, but not that far off. They won't mind too much Shaw's aggression at this point, because Middlesex, although that scoring rate's got up towards 7 now, just over, if they were able to put a 3rd wicket on the ball now, I think they'd be pretty happy with their work in the power play. Too much width. Bartlett puts him away. Crunched through the covers by Bartlett.
Yeah, to reach for that one, George Bartlett. Not a lot of footwork, but got the bat on it, and again, beats the infield. It's racing away. Yeah, you have to stay with it as a bowling attack, especially at these outgrounds on a hot day. Lots of boundaries. Tends to be high scoring rates. Keep sticking with it, keep taking wickets.
Oh, lifts from Bartlett. 2 Bartlett, sorry, from Cornwall. Again, just having to ride that with the splice.
Just changing the attack. Line of attack, Noah Cornwall, round the wicket. Just finding that bit of extra lift.
left again, and through it goes.
Drastic bounce. More exaggerated reactions from Robson at slip.
Now that's taken something. I think it's just pads. Dies on the way through to the keeper. There was a noise as it goes in between bat and pad. I think it's beaten the inside edge, or perhaps taken the inside edge onto the pad. Let's see. No, it's just pad. There you go. Outside the line of off. So LBW's out of the equation. But the fact that it died on the way through to the keeper suggested it came off something soft.
Tidy work behind the stumps, Jack Davies. It's a wide ball.
Shorts, uppercuts, and nearly carrying to Brooks. Deep third, stepping in, holding them to a single. Very nearly. Putting the edge down the throat of the fielder in the deep.
Yeah, not far off carrying. Down to Henry Brooks at third. 10 overs gone, 71 for 2.
Yeah, I think Northamptonshire should be happy enough with that as a power play. Seven's a very healthy economy. But equally, Middlesex won't be too disappointed. You look at Shaw's 48-31, it's completely at odds with the rest of the power play, and Middlesex will have felt on one occasion they had him LBW, on a couple of occasions. Oh, it's two genuine edges. Indeed. That was skied as well, which didn't go to hand, with the field up inside the circle. So it's a measured risk by Shaw, which has brought him a Northamptonshire reward. What can Middlesex do with a ball that's still relatively new? One from either end. Anderson will get a fair bite of it here. So he replaces Brooks to just one over. Short and wide first up, sweeper back, so just a single. Deep point, deep third. You can just about see on the far right of your screen there the long leg and out shot. There's a deep square to the right of that scoreboard as well. They're the four back. Short and wide again, straight to the sweeper. It's a stomach sent though, bowling to his field, mid-off and mid-on up. It means keep it on a length or just short of, and that's what he's done. The only danger he had in those first two was just having a little bit too much width, which could have allowed the batter to work with that width to try and find the boundary either side of the sweeper on the cover boundary. Go. It's about the channel he wants. Batters will know as well not to expect too much around their toes with the field as it is from Anderson at the moment. And the pitch, the way it's playing, the ploy's right from Middlesex now. It's about the execution. Fielder's back square of the wicket on either side, and the two back behind. Square as well, long leg and deep third. Strokes away from Bartlett. Of course, the flip side for Anderson is having pushed them back, and you can see happily back and across on that one, Bartlett. Then just pull that, push a little fuller and straighter, see if the feet respond. Might be the time to do it against Shaw. He survived one very big LBW appeal already after playing around one on the front foot. And there's the 50. Up on his toes, punches to point. 50 comes up off 33 deliveries. And very good knock, because he's provided 2/3 of the runs scored by his side so far, and at a rate and a strike rate vastly contrasting to those of his colleagues. A little bit of width as well that Anderson's just going to have to be careful with, but it's fine. 5 off the over is below the rates. Again, he's bowled to his field there. Just has to be careful of the width that he's given them on that length to allow the fielder, the batter, to get the feel of it and find the boundary either in front of or backward points. Hoot of the train on the way past. The main line into London running the side of the ground. Show will have ferried a few of the fans in today, especially those who will be open for a liquid lunch at Radlett. Help to cool matters. It is a very hot day. Here's Cornwall with his 6th over. Whoa, it's interesting from Bartlett. Up and over the top, swirl of the bat, but control steered it out to deep mid-wicket for a boundary.
Yeah, very short delivery. And Cornwall probably would have been overhead height. Sort of swatted from George Bartlett. Pick the gap.
That's up as well, but put away. Oh, Middlesex changing the field now out of the power play. Cornwall just needs to get back to what he was doing well. The field is set to have mid-off and mid-on up, which means you don't particularly put it in the batter's half, but mid-off and mid-on were both up in the power play when he was bowling well, so just because now deep square and deep point are allowed to drop back alongside long leg and deep third, Cornwall mustn't get too carried away and bang them in. Oh, and he goes into the block hole.
Yeah, it's very easy, especially with a natural bounce that this surface has had this morning, to get a bit carried away. As we saw with those first couple of deliveries, Cornwall just dropping a bit too short, just sitting up, easy for Bartlett. They've gone back to a fuller approach. One slip in place.
There you go, it's the spot. Interesting around the wickets, Bartlett. The movement that he's getting, he's taken LBW out of the equation to some extent, coming around the wicket to Bartlett. The movement that he's got is coming into the right-hander, so from the angle that he releases, the ball really needs to be straightening, going the other way. We haven't seen too much of that from Cornwall, so a mode of dismissal removed as such by coming around the wicket. Clearly, obviously, he and Middlesex will have a ploy. Firstly, to keep the ball on that spot, because if the ball does move back in slightly, then off stump could come rattling out of the grounds. End of the over, 84 for 2.
Yeah, good finish from Cornwall. 4 dots after those first 2 boundaries. It's been a good start from Northants, pretty sure. Reaching his half century. 8 boundaries, 8 fours, 1 6, 1 big 6. Out the ground. I'm sure he'll be looking for plenty more. Entertain this crowd. Have to keep their eyes on the ball. Shaw still holds the record for the youngest player to score a Test century on debut, just 18 years old. It's a 12th List A half century for the Indian batter.
There's a spot for Cornwall. It's hard for Anderson. My apologies. It's harder for the batter to be able to find the room either side of the sweeper to get away for 4 if you can keep it that little bit tighter to him there. Got away with it in the first over 5 singles. Single to start this over, but very difficult for Shaw to be able to get that one away for anything more than just the one, punching off the back foot. He's tucked up by it and he's having to be wary as well. Once more, that's fine. Middlesex will happily let them tick away at a single. If he can leave it on that spot, he's bowling to his field at the moment. Anderson doesn't need to stray from this, doesn't need to try to do anything more, to force anything. We've seen enough in the pitch already with the movement. Seen some through the air, some off the surface, but we've seen that bounce as well. That was tempting for Shaw. That was a little bit wider, but it was on a length that I think Shaw was caught in between a drive and a cut. That was why he left alone, didn't go after it. You could see his front foot was moving. Thought about a slashing drive, but that could well have brought the keeper or even deep third into play. Backward points. Just over pitched on that one. He gets away with it. That's a good stop. Josh de Carey's fellow Radlett player. Alongside Noah Cornwall and Blake Cullen, who drops out for this one. Just gets through. Fernandez looks back at the surface. It is tough here at Radlett. Once it goes down that hill, anywhere off the mound, then the fielder's up against it, and he just has a look there. I don't think there was particularly a skip on it, but it was, time was running out, bouncing away as it was there. There were a couple of little bounces rather than a roll on it, which would have given Fernandez more of a chance, but that's where he just can't afford the width. Anderson, at the moment, the bats are pretty much set, knowing that his field is there for him to bowl on a length or just short of. And it goes that little bit fuller, but mostly that was a good over from Anderson. Just that 5th ball offered too much width, but otherwise he was there or thereabouts in the area that his skipper and his field seems to be demanding. 13 done, 90 for 2. Drink run out for the batters.
Martin Anderson, that 4th seam option for Middlesex. Just 15 wickets, list A. Good for him to just get through a few overs. Being that 4th seam option just allows a little bit of flexibility if 1 or 2 of the others are going for a high run rate. A change of ends for Henry Brooks. Got through the 1 over from the pavilion end. It's a good start on the money. Went for 14 in that first over. Shaw just getting after a few. Played an important role in these middle overs and at the death.
Oh, now it's gone down. Went at it hard, Bartlett. He was searching for it. De Carey's usually a very, very assured pair of hands. But there you go, it's a spot. It just stopped on him slightly and he went at it hard. De Carey's be disappointed. Brooks will be even more so.
A difficult chance. Low to the ground. You say, Kev, Josh de Carey's usually a very safe pair of hands.
follow-up from Brooks. It's that length where we were talking about it with Anderson. Brooks indeed in that last over when Shaw took him off that length, just a little bit wider perhaps when he went over mid-on with it. But from that position the ball can jag back in, it can find a little bit of bounce. The batters actually have to play a pretty high risk shot to try and score off that particular line and length. Nice again from Brooks, good over this.
Yeah, very good comeback here from Henry Brooks. With those change of ends, building up those dots. Builds the pressure against somebody like Prithvi Shaw, who loves to find the boundary, likes to feel bat on ball.
Oh, low full toss. Gets away with it. Marshall coming around at mid-on. Just 2 off the over, so, well, whether it was Brooks or the skipper that decided for a change of ends quite quickly for Brooks. He had 1 over and then it's like, nope, you're up the other end now. That's what paid off. He's only gone for 2 off his second over, number 16 off his 2. And Northamptonshire 92 for 2. There's the rattler. Not much of a rattler anymore, is it? Speeding along. Now, Shaw launches into that one. Well, that was what we were talking about, mid-off and mid-on are up. And the theory behind bowling that little bit shorter is because with mid-off and mid-on up, then the batters, who are inclined to be a little bit more aggressive in white ball cricket, are going to throw the bat. That is slapped over extra cover, saying that he's bowling to his field with the 2-back square of the wicket. Is asking for a slightly shorter length from Anderson. And there's why it's effective as well, because you can just see that climb again. Now he's a little lucky because he's short and wide on that one. The width interested, sure, but there's the bounce. May have just seamed away as well. That's why Middlesex's ploy is correct at the moment. Talk about bowling at the stumps, looking to take wickets. Batter misses, you hit. I don't think this is the surface to do that. It's a good line of length, forces a respectful effort from Shaw, but if you were to look at the bat, you'd say there's a little square basically from that point there, and that's the bottom right of the square. Just at the top of the off stump that he's trying to constantly put that ball through. You don't want to be any fuller, you don't want to be any much wider.
Very good. Martin Anderson have to go for that boundary. Sure, just respecting these good balls.
We talked about it on Saturday and Sunday. I was on the mic at the game Glamorgan's trip to the Oval, where list A, particularly for the side batting first, an 11 o'clock start, it really is like the first hour, the first morning of a championship game. Now, that has swung back, and that must have been really tight on being a wide. It's almost as though it swung around those. Well, yeah, it's a wide, and then it swings back that way to Davies. We talk about it swinging the ball around corners. That was swinging it around the tram lines, wasn't it? So he hits it, pushes it outside the tram line there, and then watch it swing back. Davies has to take it with his left hand. Thought it was harsh at first from the umpire, but he's called it absolutely right. End of Anderson's third, none for 17, 15 done. 98 for 2.
There's a breeze coming across the ground. Very nice in front of that pavilion. Radlett flag there with the Middlesex. Umbrellas up for a bit of sun protection. No worries of rain today. Beautiful summer's day here at Radlett. Perfect weather for a one-day cup.
It's nice. Single down to Cornwall, just in front of us.
Really on the money, Henry Brooks. Since that change of ends. No sign of spin at the moment, but maybe expect a little bit of grip in this track. Dry surface. Brooks for now, searching for that third breakthrough.
Bartlett's got a couple away now, hasn't he, to get that strike rate up a little bit, but sure, he's definitely the anomaly. Just going back to the comparison with the start of a first-class match. New ball at either end, 11 o'clock start. It feels like first hour. Morning session of a game. It's where bowlers in the list day will try and get on top. Clipped in the air. It's away with it. A long chase now for deep square coming around. Cracknell will collect and return. They've taken 2.
Yeah, it wasn't too far away from mid-wicket. This clip for 2 brings up the Northamptonshire 100. Run rate of just shy of 6.5. Those partnerships building nicely.
There's the bounce again. Shoulder the bat in play, but he gets away with it. Bartlett shrugs, doesn't he, at the surface, but it's nothing untoward here. We haven't seen any grubbers, we haven't seen anything keep low. It's just good pace and bounce.
Stop there from Henry Brooks. Bartlett struck that one very nicely. Dot ball to end the over. See with that partnership building, increasing the run rate. It's been a good last couple of overs for Middlesex though, just gaining back a little bit more control. So important to build the dots, build that pressure. Boundaries, just a big release for the batters. It will be the first introduction of spin. Luke Holman. the pavilion end. Interesting to see if they can extract any turn from this surface. Just working out those field placements. Deep square, deep mid-wicket. Deep square on both sides. Just a little bit of protection for Holman at the start of this spell. It's a breezy day here at Radlett, which could just assist the spinner. A little bit of drift through the air. How does Pretty Shaw play this? Very comfortable against spin. Just making sure they get those field placements exactly where they want them.
It's be a good matchup, actually. Holman and Shaw. Holman, who went so well in the blasts, with the leading wicket takers. Shaw, no strangers playing spin. Well set on 63 from 49, had a couple of moments of luck early on. Interesting to see what the bounce of this surface brings for the wrist spinner as well. There's a pretty decent example of it. Rocking back, it should have been a comfortable one into the onside. That just spattered him a little bit. That's up in the air and a cry catch, but just short of Josh Carey's coming in for him. Long off. Put one down already to Carey's, but that one was a very, very difficult chance, which he tried to turn into a chance, but it wasn't there.
Great effort. Charging in, but all comfortably short. Radlett punches for another single. Bowling well here, Middlesex, just keeping those boundaries down. A few dot balls, just singles so far from this over.
It's good from Holman. A little tickle off the top of middle and off by Shaw again. He'll be quite happy playing with spin, so it will be a good test for Holman, this, and a good matchup. Oh, someone's popped the cork already. Champagne shot from Noel on the camera. Over and backward of point for 4.
Just a little bit wide. Shaw throwing his hand at it. Backward of square. There is Luke Holman patrolling that boundary, and it was aerial, but Shaw's deliberately played that behind square. Lovely shot.
Clipped, gets through.
couple.
Now the leading edge goes to hands, and De Carey's holds on. Bartlett falls for 27. Brooks has his wicket, and there have been a few leading edges out there so far. This one goes to hand though and is held. De Carey's missing out on a sharp, difficult chance earlier off Brooks. On this occasion, Brooks closing that face. And the leading edge scoops up, comfortable one. A dolly for De Carey's. A wicket for Brooks. Disappointment for Bartlett. Northamptonshire 113 for 3.
George Bartlett, 27, was building a very nice partnership there with Prithvi Shaw, but it's an important wicket and a deserved one for Henry Brooks. He's bowled very well since that change of ends. Had one drop previously, but gets the reward. Timely breakthrough for Middlesex. Just angling in from Henry Brooks. Bartlett really closing the face. A lot of footwork. Leading edge popping up and a comfortable catch for Josh De Carey, who's been busy in the field.
Just got to be careful on a bounce where there's an extra bit of bounce. We both said it there, closing the face. The reason being, when there is that extra bit of bounce, the ball doesn't come on to the bat at the same trajectory that you always expect, and that's why that shoulder of the bat of the leading face comes into place. You've got to wait before that bat face closes, just in case there's that lift. You closed it too early, as Bartlett did. There's an extra little bit of lift, then all of a sudden those around the bat are in play. The wicket to Zabe first up, Brooks, and that goes angling back in towards off. We saw a lot of seam movement early on. This one here angling back, and look at the lift on that one through. Again, Zabe now, a new batter at the crease. He's going to have to quickly come to terms with the little bit of bounce that's out there. Shaw and Bartlett had been playing themselves in and becoming accustomed with the nature of the pace and bounce of Radlett. Zabe's now going to have to do the same pretty quickly. 13 for 3 at the end of the over then. Bartlett gone for 27.
Yeah, very good again from Henry Brooks. Champagne flowing, rosé flowing. Just the ice cream truck in the background. Should be busy today. Opportunity again here now for Middlesex just to bring that run rate down. Does Prithvi Shaw keep looking to attack? build a new partnership here with Safe Save.
Holman just checking the field. Cornwall perhaps a fraction too deep on the rope. He's just brought him in a couple of yards. Now that's nice. On the spot, first ball, Holman. Not sure whether it was the googly or it was just the one that goes straight on. Up in the air, Cryer catch, but he's bisected long off and deep cover for 4. And again, this is going to be a really interesting matchup now, Shaw and Holman.
Lovely shot, Pretty Shaw. Beautiful wrists, up and over. Exactly where he wanted to place it, found the gap, execution was good. You say Holman won't back down from this challenge.
Bounce on that. Hits him on the sternum. Again, Cryer catch once more, and this time he's put it straight down the throat of Zakaries. Pretty sure will not believe that he's done that. Holman will. Big smile, happy response. He's bowling with confidence at the moment. He's bowling with precision, with control, and after that one he's bowling with a smile on his face. Picks up the big wicket. Shaw's gone for 76. 117 for 4, and the biggest wicket falls. Middlesex will know it. That will feel good all rounds. Feels very, very good for that man. Hold on, Josh, he thinks. Hold on. Hold on, he does. 117 for 4, Northamptonshire.
Yeah, well played, Pretty Shaw. Very good knock. 76 from 58. Entertained the crowd, but could be really disappointed to get out that way. Having hit that boundary earlier in the over, just gave Josh Zakaries a nice chance. Josh taking his 3rd catch of the game. 2 big wickets for Middlesex. 2 new batters at the crease. Just saying, Luke Holman wouldn't back down from that challenge, and he's got his man, got the big wicket. It brings Northamptonshire captain and keeper Lewis McManus to the crease.
Full toss to start for McManus, and eased away into the offside.
Really good opportunity now for Middlesex. I'll pick up a couple more wickets, work through this middle and lower middle order for Northamptonshire.
Oh, nice from Holman, high up the inside edge. This is a big moment in the match now. McManus new to the crease. Zabe's only just faced the 3rd delivery. Middlesex have Northamptonshire 4 down after 19 overs. Add a couple more to the board now, and this all of a sudden becomes a very different game, because Shaw's 76 is almost standalone in this innings. He and Bartlett have put together a nice half-century stand. What Northamptonshire would give for another one of those right now.
Yeah, they have to really try and ram home this pressure. Manus under that one. Sharp from Henry Brooks. Didn't get up too high, but Manus getting underneath it quickly. You can feel the energy in the field from Middlesex. They know that was a huge wicket. But pretty sure backing up the wicket of George Bartlett. 4 down, 20 overs, just 118 on the board. It's usually a high-scoring ground here at Radlett. Got a job to do, these two. Save, a couple of starts so far. 42 against Derbyshire, 22 against Hampshire in the opening 2 games for Northants. But Manus with a high score of 25 from those opening 2 games. A really good opportunity for Middlesex. If they can find one more wicket here.
That chugs back in with a little bit of pace and bounce again from Brooks. Again from Brooks. It's interesting when there's 2 new batters, the pitch hasn't all of a sudden come to life again. It's just the 2 that were there before had started to play the little bit of extra bounce that there is in this surface. With that little bit more ease, that's about getting in as a batter, something that Manus and Zabe have to do.
Doesn't look difficult, doesn't look too easy. Pretty difficult out there so far for these Northamptonshire batters. It's funny, isn't it? As soon as 2 new batters at the crease, pitch just starts coming to life again. Brooks has been really good in this second spell. Went for 14 off that opening over. So 1 wicket for just 12. Of his 3.5 in this second spell. Very good finish. Maiden over. First maiden of the game. Middlesex on top here now. Northants 118 for 4. Madison Zabe have to rebuild here for Northants. That run rate's come down drastically, just 5.8 now. Was up towards 7 when Pretty Shaw was motoring. This job for the next 10 overs or so will just be rotate the strike as much as possible. Left hand, right hand combination. Put away the bad balls.
Turn on that one again, just cramped up Zabe for room. End of the over, just 3 off it from Holman, 1 for 13 off 3. Good start from him after a tough start in a contest with Shaw, of which he came out on top in the end, and quite quickly as well. 121 for 4. Sort of shade at the back there. Double protection of the trees as well. St Albans FC football shirt at the bottom. Football shirt at the bottom of the screen.
Brooks back in for his 6th over. Round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe. It's the first List A meeting between these two sides since 2010. It was the Clydesdale Bank 40.
And he has another one. And it's Brooks and De Carey's combining again. 5th wicket falls. And again, through a drive too early. Good tumbling stop. And a good tumbling take as well by De Carey's. Not an easy chance, that one. A tough one in there earlier as well. I'm delighted that he holds on to that. 122 for 5. We haven't hit the halfway stage of the innings yet, but half the wicket's gone. McManus, the skipper and the wicket-keeper, gone for 2 from 9. Zabe on 3. And now Miller joining him.
Another huge wicket. Great catch again. Josh De Carey's 4 wickets now. 4 catches, sorry. In this innings, 4 out of the 5. Henry Brooks getting another wicket, deserved. Middlesex on top, bowling really well in these middle overs. Northants under real pressure now, 5 wickets down. Half their team back in the shed, just 122 on the board. Still 28 overs remain. Two-year-old Gus Miller. All-rounder to the crease. 47 last time out against Hampshire. He's got a lot of work to do here. Middlesex hunting. Couple of slips in place. Really good here, Henry Brooks. He's got his tail up. He's charging in. He could bounce and zip off this surface.
Well, again, that Shaw innings at the moment is the exception for Northamptonshire. Middlesex will be looking at this thinking that there's a chance to keep these wickets rattling through. It's not that easy, it's tough to take wickets. But Northamptonshire likewise will be slightly concerned. They've got to think about batting out their overs. He's got away with that one. Just clipped the hip on the way through, the umpire suggesting.
Yeah, both these teams getting off 2 losses to start the competition. Middlesex will be really pushing, try and keep this score down as much as possible. They get through these last 5 wickets. Another very good over from Henry Brooks, just the one from it. And the important wicket of the Northamptonshire captain. It's a key partnership. Now safe Zabe, the last real recognised batter. Gus Miller, young, inexperienced. They do have batting to come, but it's a young lower middle order for Northants. A lot of pressure on Zabe, with plenty of time left in this innings.
Holman is already bowling with confidence at the moment. This should have him bowling with some real joy, enthusiasm and excitement right now, because there's a bit of bounce in this surface, as we know. We've seen it seam earlier. If it seems, it'll spin. If Holman's getting the leg spinner to go that far and with bounce, then the googly should be fun. One, two, three for 5.
Middlesex sharp in the field, trying to build up as many dots as possible. That's a lovely over from Luke Holman, just the one from it. 123 for 5.
Angling in from around the stumps. Brooks targeting that off stump. Tuck up the room for Zabe. Right-handed Miller. Similarly from over the wicket, just want to keep it tight to the top of that off stump. Shouldn't really be anywhere for Northamptonshire to go on this pitch. And similarly Middlesex, when they come to bat, it'll just be interesting to see if the pitch changes at all later in the day. There we go. Spot. Or if you can just find an extra bit of climb, a little bit of seam movement. There's absolutely nothing the batter can do. It's probably done both. Train driver's clearly a Middlesex fan. Big hoot of the train horn if you picked it up on the effects mic there. Pulled nicely. Fernandez just can't get there. Got a hand to it. Again, downhill. Always racing along. Picking up the single. We saw Bartlett earlier, we were talking about closing the face. Miller there just waiting and waiting and waiting and guiding, steering into the onside. Wary of any extra bit of bounce at the ball stopping. It's not so much a ball stopping, but just that bounce means it doesn't come onto the bat as quickly. So if you're closing the face, you perhaps threw that shot too early. But Miller just a watchful steer off the stumps there. It's all you can do. This pitch, that's why the bowler's got to keep tight to the top of off. You don't need the passy tricks as a limited overs bowler on this surface. You don't need all the white ball magic. Just need a bit of consistency. Scoreboard slowed up down the end at the moment. That is the end of the over. 129 for 5 it is now. 5 apiece for Miller and Zabe. There's no slowing up there. Good consistency. Tucking in hard. And rightly so. It's late for lunch. 1:45. I've already had mine in between overs.
Second breakfast for me. Lunch at 1:30.
The Belfast boy Thorpey's looking at me saying late for lunch. What time's lunch in Belfast? Oh, 1 o'clock for lunch. Thinking about afternoon tea by then. Gets that one through. First boundary for Miller.
Lovely shot there from Gus Miller. Getting to the pitch of the ball, striking it well. Just evading Josh Takeri's.
hot day, isn't it? Let's take a long drinks break. Into the 25th halfway stage of the innings, Middlesex have half the Northamptonshire wickets. 135 for 5 is the score here at Radlett on the live stream in association with Alphabet. Is that a white rose? Yorkshire were the first team to play Middlesex here at Radlett in a professional game. A list day match it was. A lovely day it was as well, with good old mate Dave Callaghan, sadly no longer with us. Up in the air, Cryer catch. It's a short boundary here, but it was shy of it. Cracknell not able to get around. It was in front of the fielder at deep square. So 4 it is. The placement was key. Got it in front of square.
He made some good ground there, Joe Cracknell. Good effort.
Took a stunning catch at Merchant Taylor School last year in the match, I believe, against Northamptonshire. Certainly Northamptonshire were one of the teams there.
Will be Northants back at Merchant Taylors again next month. County Championship when we return to red ball action.
Pace and bounce again from Brooks. He'd have enjoyed that surface at Derbyshire on Saturday. Derbyshire was just as surprised, I think, as Middlesex, or certainly those from afar. The pace and bounce at the county ground in Derby. Radlett generally has a bit of pace and bounce in it. Generally brings some joy for Middlesex as well. They'll be hoping to get up and running in the One Day Cup today. No ball called, overstepping from Brooks, but a free hit. A little frustrates. Not too many extras in this one. It's certainly the first no ball and the first free hit of the innings. Five wides, as well as the no ball now for Brooks. A little word of advice from Stoneman. Where does he go? Mid-off and mid-on are up, so I'm guessing it's not going to be block hole. Deep squares back, into the ribs then. Slow ball, hit up in the air, and taken by Stoneman. They have the single though. The free hit only goes for one. A slower ball, short one. He could guarantee it was going to be a short one, but good ploy from Brooks that it was a slower ball as well.
A few in the crowd, I think, forgot that was a free hit as well.
Just about awake enough in this heat in the commentary box to know it wasn't. Commentary 10.
That's where the fruit helps. Energises you.
End of the over, 143 for 5. 24 to go at Radlett's. Northamptonshire put this together. The partnership's worth 21 between these two. But they're at least 100 light, you'd have said. There's our commentary position. Down here in the field by the pavilion end. That's where we'd like to be.
What's your go-to there, Kev?
Oh, it's got to be a 99. Double 99 with flake. Is that 198 if you get a double 99? 2 flakes. And a bit of strawberry sauce dribbled over the top, I'd say.
All the sauce. No nuts for me. I'm all about the flake. Very good again from Holman. Got into his work nicely. That wicket, I'm pretty sure as well. Huge wicket. He's been building up the dots since. What's a good score here for Northamptonshire, you'd say, Kev?
250, you've certainly got something to bowl at, haven't you? And with the bounce that's been there so far, I'm sure Northamptonshire will be hoping that'll remain for their seamers as well. Holman's getting a good grip as well with his spin. You consider of the 22 he's conceded off 5.4, probably 12 of those are off shore.
You think 250 minimum, really. It's a good surface. There is a little bit in it for the bowlers, though, as we've seen. as we've spoken about, that bounce, turn, but it's still a good batting track, fast outfield. Push for 2, but Nathan Fernandez round very well, very quickly. Sharp in the field, just a single to finish. 146 for 5, 27 overs gone. I think that's all really this pair can do at the moment. Just another 10 overs or so, just keep rotating that strike. Singles, 2s where possible.
If they were able to get to 250 from here, Northamptonshire, she'd have to factor in that, what, 75 of those came from short. Here's Nishan Kaushal. None for 34 from his 4. He's bowled better than those figures suggest. Found Shaw's edge a couple of times. Regularly beat the bat. Go against Miller and Zaid. Miller first up for him. And he's right on the spot as well. Change of ends from where he bowled his first 4. He's now on at Salters Field.
Good spell from Henry Brooks, that second spell. 7 overs, 2 for 27.
Again, a watchful clip. Can't go hard at that. It's a glimpse of leg stump as he clipped that one. So you've got to make sure you lay bat on it first and foremost, but got to keep that bat face open for a fair while as well, which means you really are just gently guiding a single and nothing more. This is a good return so far from Kaushal. Nice start to the over.
Much of the same here from Miller and Zaid, just looking to rebuild. Northants were in a real spot of bother at 122 for 5. Approaching the 150 mark now, more work to do. There's no rush, 22 overs, still a long time in this format of the game.
That's nearly rolled on. Inside edge down the pads and falls away into the offside. Could have easily fallen somewhere else. Good return from Kaushal, just 3 singles, 149 for 5. Ooh, game going on in the field at the back there, Salters Field end. Food outlets for the T20s here. I think they had a steel band down there, if not this year, last maybe.
We're just dropping short. Now square for a single. Cracknell patrolling that boundary.
So 150 up. 28 runs the partnership for the 6th wicket. They need something considerable though. Northamptonshire, they're a fair way short at the moment. Luke Holman's bowling with a fair bit of confidence and a fair bit of form behind him. And he very nearly has another one. Thought about charging Zabe, just kept that back foot in the crease. Ended up falling backwards towards square rather than falling forwards out of his crease.
Quick work from Jack Davies behind the stumps.
He's bowling well at the moment. He's got 3 overs to go, Holm, but I do wonder, would it be worth throwing the ball to the finger spinner at the moment? Josh de Carey's. Single pushed away. The reason being that exactly that, they won't be pushing much more, though Zabe showed a little bit of intent against Holman the ball before. They'll almost be thinking, let's see off Holman, take our chances later. Holman's one of Middlesex's form bowlers at the moment, one of their key bowlers here. So maybe hold those 3 overs back a little until Northamptonshire are trying to hit out again a little later on, towards the end of power play 2 perhaps. At the moment they're happy to just try and see him off, push the singles. Just maybe it'd be worth throwing the ball to the finger spinner in this period and holding the wrist spinner back. 29 bowls, 152 for 5. Just a couple of singles, 3 singles indeed off that over. 153 for 5. Couple of Sunrisers hats in the bottom left there as well. They'll be back in action here at Radlett soon. The live stream will be here with them as well.
In the bat, there is Shan Kaushal. Just angling across the left-hander, just nipping away, not too far away from the edge.
Pulls off the bottom of the bat by Zabe. It's more been the top of the bat that's been challenged by any little bit of bounce today, but a lack of bounce in that one.
Good stop from De Carey's. Just saving a few runs there. Get through for another single. Middlesex will be very happy with how things are going throughout these middle overs. They'll just fill one more wicket here and they're into that start of that tail end.
Now, where's that gone? It's flown fine, so it's fine in that sense. But again, that was the top part of the bat, not quite where Miller was going. But he gets 4 for it. He's on to 27. Just looking to steer and guide, but not that fine and not off the top part of the bat for sure. But safely enough. Well fine of the long leg fielder. On 60 for 5 the score at the end of the over. Miller moves to 27. Richard Johnson, Middlesex head coach. Rory Coots with him. Tim Murtagh. Robbie White. Who's on the edge there? Pete Waxman on the left, the physio. A little bit of finger spin into the attack. Has Mark Stoneman got an earpiece in? Holman is going to be held back for 3 overs. Right move. They're starting to hit out. Then you want your man Holman with the ball in hand. So a chance for Fernandez. And De Carey's, you'd imagine, will get a go soon as well.
He's picked up a couple of wickets in the first 2 games. Nathan Fernandez.
Nice start from Fernandez, just dabs this into the onside. A little use of the feet, Fernandez, and this is the reason now where you might just buy a wicket here with the finger spinner against Holman. There's no point in really milking off those 3 overs, but for Fernandez and De Carey's, the 2 batters, Miller and Zabe, will think, hold on, we need to be scoring runs right now. Against Holman, they'll be thinking we need to survive. And if Fernandez and De Carey's could get through a couple of quick, cheap overs here, and then ask Northamptonshire to attack Holman, then that could play into Middlesex's hands. There you go, that's nice from Fernandez. They might do a little bit more, the finger spinners as well, with the bounce in this surface than just buy a few cheap overs as well. Crunch part of the innings this now. It's away fine. A little edgy from Miller. They'll get a couple for it. Into the 31st on 6-5 for 5, and well, there we go. Yeah, run rate tipping back down below 6 now. It had got up at 7 at one stage, and things were going nicely then for sure. In particular, Bartlett with him. Middlesex managed to slow him up though before those couple of wickets there. You can see after that partnership, Middlesex had gradually slowed that run rate. So credit to them. Was outside the power play, of course. Sure had that real acceleration in the 9th and 10th overs. Or the 8th and 9th overs, I'd say they were. But It's interesting to see where it goes from here. 43 the partnership, of which Miller chanced his arm a little, ridden his luck a little as well. They need something substantial here in the final 20 overs of this innings. I mean, a run of ball sends them to 100, 280, 290, and you're starting to think actually that's a pretty decent total. You must bear in mind here at Radlett it is a small ground, so you do get a pretty full reward for your shots if you can get them away. Here's Anderson. Current run rate has them on a projection of 266 as they move to 166 for 5 with the single.
And Martin Anderson back into the attack. Got through 3 overs from the pavilion end. He's rotated the bowlers. Well, Mark Stoneman just keeping things fresh. Changing ends. Worked very well for Henry Brooks.
Low full toss. Had to check it in the end there, Miller. May have been a slower ball attempted by Anderson. It didn't seem as though it reached Miller particularly quickly. Another sunbrella in the background. Clipped away nicely for a boundary, just over pitch for Anderson. We talked about not being able to go through with the shots. Well, if the length's there, of course you can. And that one was just over pitched and onto the pads. Just a nice little gentle push of the ball. No need to go too hard at it. Just worked.
Yeah, good example of this being a good batting track. Didn't need to put too much into that one, Miller, but raced away.
Yeah, Middlesex have been very wary. That's going to be a wide, so there'll be another ball of this over to come. Middlesex, I think, have been very wary of putting in any too much up there on the toes for that reason. We've talked about it having a good pace, a good bounce, but of course, if you go half volley length, that means that ball's just coming on sweetly onto the bat, and you're going to be driven back down the ground. We haven't seen too much down the ground here. Often you'll question the surface when you haven't seen too much down the ground, but Middlesex's field placements have clearly been for a length or just back of, just like that from Anderson. End of the 32nd, 171 for 5.
Thank you.
We'll freshen up for Gus Miller. He's played well here. 34 from 42. It looked to be positive.
Blake Cullen having a chat with Luke Holman. Middlesex is, I think fair to say, Middlesex's pick of the bowlers. Cornwall's bowled well today, and his return will be crucial as well. Here's Fernandez, who's had a good start. And that's the 50 partnership from these two, who've had a good start as well. Miller 34, Zabe 16. Quite sure that they've been made aware it's the 50 partnership, but they're thinking about bigger matters. 172 for 5. It is a recovery, all right. 65 balls is a decent strike rate. Certainly that current projection, 266. Northamptonshire would absolutely take that right now.
Yeah, good partnership between these two. Zabe just going to look to bat long, get through to the end of the innings, allow Miller to do the attacking.
Well, we said if he can get through some quick, cheap overs, but he might be able to buy something a little bit more, Fernandez. Nicely bowled, really is a good start. Home ground of Josh DeCaries, he'll be desperate to get into the attack as well. Three dot balls in a row. Can he get out of the over now? Fernandez, just a couple off it so far. You can see the batter just trying to force, aware only 2 singles off the over. And just a third single to end it. Another good over from Fernandez. 174 for 5.
Yeah, important. These two just carry on. There is that double 99. Flake already gone.
Is that 198 there? Double 99, 198. That was 2 of them, so it was a 396. Now down the track comes Abe. As we said, there's not been much down the ground today. Middlesex tried to bowl just that little bit shorter of a length. There's a seam attack. That one was there to use the feet and go over the top. Good move from Zabe. That's why Middlesex have been wary today, I think, of allowing anything to be a fraction too full.
First boundary for Zabe. Took him 38 deliveries.
That is a very, very good follow-up from Martin Anderson. Perfect, perfect line and length. Oof.
Definition of a Jaffa.
Yes, no, he's got to get back. Now, I think he'd have been back, but it looked tight.
That was well fielded. Brooks just getting stopping on it. Stoneman came round, throw came in. It would have been close. Direct hit. Maybe just would have been home, but very tight call. Good contest between bat and ball here at Radlett. Northamptonshire 181 for 5. So a little bit more signs of aggression from Zabe in that over. There's plenty there for the bowlers still.
Is that Gus and Mertz's place? It's 511 current on the BBC radio commentary. 511. That's all right. How many have we got concurrent? Down the track comes Zabe, and he's got all of it. Turns it into a low full toss. Wedges it down the ground.
Lovely shot from Zabe, dead straight. He's just putting his foot down a little bit. He's got himself in. Sign of aggression in the last over, and a big one there. That's good cricket from the left-hander.
6 and a 1. Was I listening to, I think it was Carlos Brathwaite the other day on commentary. Single tickled down to long, and to be fair, it was a T20 commentary as opposed to a 50 over match, but I think he said there'll be a few old uncles out there, was the phrase he used, saying he should be pushing a single after the 6. That's old school, but that was a T20. You're absolutely right, list A. 6 and a single. It's funny how the game moves on. I mean, 6 and a single is always seen as good cricket, well played, well batted, but yeah, I'm sure it was Carlos Brathwaite who was on commentary who said it. A few old uncles asking for a single after the 6. Now down the track he comes again. Doesn't get to this one, inside out. He saves himself, getting it wide of mid-off for the single.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll take old uncle at my age, Kev, but still appreciate a good 6 and a single.
You'll just settle for dodgy uncle. Singles to end the over, 191 for 5. You walked into that, Tom.
Currently no uncle, because not at that point yet, but
It's a horizontal watch on the screen, checking the Twitter. There's Eric in the background, stalwart of Middlesex County Cricket Club with a cap on and the Middlesex top. Hosting duties probably today. Formerly used to run the Middlesex shop in the old days at Lord's. Yeah. What would I say?
be more spin into the attack. Josh Carey's been busy in the field with 4 catches from the 5 wickets to go. He's fielded very well. He's got an opportunity here with the ball. Very handy off spinner. Quick single. They'll still feel like they're on top here, Middlesex, but they want to break this partnership. These two have wrestled back some momentum for Northamptonshire with a partnership of 70. Get to that tricky position though, because Northamptonshire will be looking to get that run rate going now. Last 15 overs. But if they lose a wicket here, have to reset again. Middlesex will very much be on top.
Shovels that past mid-off. It's a good shot by Miller off to Carey's.
Swattage going on there from Gus Miller. He's playing a great knock here, the 22-year-old.
Lift there to Carey's. That was what we were wondering, whether there'd be a little bit of bounce with the finger spinners. The answer was yes for both to Carey's and Fernandez. They might get a few more overs than they counted on at this stage. 198 for 5.
A real bit of bite in the surface. That last delivery in the over. Extravagant bounce, striking. Save on the gloves. We've seen that a few times. Batters getting wrapped on the hands. This pitch still has something in it for the bowlers. Hot sunny day. Liquid is flowing. Nice to see some Northants fans in as well.
Penny, for your thoughts? Just taking a moment's pause in the heat. It's now Cornwall. There you go, 2 for 29 from 6. They do. Bring him back for a couple now and then save a couple more for the end. Thought the finger spinners might go through at this stage, but maybe Stoneman was wary that the batters would take a liking to Fernandez and De Carey's, and perhaps he just wants the breakthrough as well in this partnership worth 76. 77 now.
Approaching the important 200 mark. Northants, these two have done a very good job wrestling their team back from 122 for 5. Gave themselves a few overs to get in. They just upped that run rate a little bit, back up to 5.5. Miller 44. Our highest career score of 47 as Gus Miller scored in the last game against Hampshire.
Oh, that is slapped in the air towards us. Get ready, Dom. Oh, you ducked it. It came through the bottom, I think. Did indeed. Well ready to take the catch there. Drop the mic.
I was ready.
Take the catch.
I was standing ready there. Look at that. There we go.
That looks as though you're backing away to me, Dom.
Stuck a hand out for it.
run away for a single down to deep third. Dan's disgusted, our producer, that he wasn't in shot retrieving the ball. Director. It's more thinking it was the first bit of work he's done all day. Edged. Runs away fine. He's rushed by that, Zabe. I think he was trying to run it to some extent, but not as fine as that.
Really flown through. Nipping back in. There was a bit of a genuine edge. Slip in place might have been interested, but he was looking to guide it.
So that's the cry, but leg side.
Eleven from the over. Cornwell's come back. There's 2 boundaries. We'll look to put their foot down more and more here. I think this pair very much set. 13 overs to go. They'll have eyes on 300, but they'll have to do well to get there. It's been a great partnership so far. Middlesex will be looking to break through into that start of that tail end, especially going into the last 10 overs. They won't want these 2 set batters to be there for the last push.
Davies. That's Carey's. Kept on. A couple of overs for Fernandez, couple for De Carey's. Maybe just wanting to mix it up while the partnership's going, Stoneman. Fernandez will be brought back. That one's going leg side. Bold shot from Zabe, especially when there's bounce involved. Hitting against the spinner who's finding. Like all bowlers have today, an extra bit of lift off the surface. First run of the over. Can De Carey's get out of it now?
Clipped into the leg side. That will be Gus Miller's 50. 54 deliveries. It's been a wonderful knock so far. 7 fours. Just over an hour. Vital knock from the all-rounder. He's putting his team into a good position. First career half century, backing up that 47 against Hampshire last time out. 2 from the over. Yeah, it's been an impressive knock. It's looked positive in that time of rebuilding. Building that partnership with Safe Zabe. Pretty sure getting Northants off to a flying start, 76 from 58. Support from George Bartlett, but they're in a bit of trouble at 122 for 5. Zabe and Miller there. 2 important knocks so far, but they'll be looking to carry it on deep into this innings. 12 overs to go.
Ball on height. Won't be a free hit because it's overhead height. Sure I've covered a game with Augustus Horatio Miller in it before, but I'm trying to work out when. Middlesex, Northamptonshire haven't played a List A since 2010. Which was a double header that year as well, home and away. Oh, that slam back at the bowler. Could have been nasty. It gets through for 4.
Serious strike from Gus Miller. Cornwell dropping short again. Ooh, stuck a hand out, but that was past him before he knew it. You see the microphone with the bucket hat on it there. Powerful shot from Miller.
Yeah, that year it ended up in a away win for Northamptonshire at Middlesex and an away win for Middlesex at Northamptonshire in the 2 List A's 2010. Pick-up shot from Miller. Northamptonshire on the charge again here towards the end of power play 2. Aware that in an over and a bit's time, Middlesex will be allowed 5 back on the boundary ropes, trying to make the most of the 4 back at the moment. Slammed downtown by Miller, all along the carpet, another boundary. And he moves into the 60s.
Brings up the 100 partnership for these two. Beautiful shot from Miller again, powerful down the ground. It's been a wonderful partnership. Miller the aggressor. Looking to really put his foot down. Taking the attack to Cornwell. It's been an expensive return for the left armour. Vital partnership, 103 from 106. That last wicket at 122 for 5.
They got the big guns out, looking for the ball. Director of Communications, Nick Friend as well, former Middlesex under-14 poacher gamekeeper.
Friendy's protege there as well. This is like Fletch looking for his golf ball, I think. There'll be a delay, break in play. We look for a new ball. I think a new set will be brought out. Fletcher won't give that one up though. New selection of balls brought out. That one must have snuck through the bushes. But yeah, just going back to this partnership, at 122 for 5, Middlesex would have felt they're really on top of the game at that point. We've said it is a decent batting track and fast outfield, high scoring ground, but Northants under a lot of pressure, and these two, especially Miller, has just put Northants into a good position. From that Cornwell over, expensive return for him, come back with a couple, and Miller in particular really putting his foot down, putting pressure on the youngster. Northants into a good position here, 11 overs remaining.
Last over of the power play, last with 4 back. The final 10 overs, 5 allowed back on the ropes. Will that draw anything from this Northamptonshire pair to hit out? Well, De Carys has got the man he wants if they do try it. Off-break bowler to the left-hander. But a bounce again, but Zabe manages to ride that bounce. Good from De Carys. Just 3 from the over so far. Oh, he's got that one away though. Safe save, lovely shot. He's getting down on one knee, sweeping that away. Good placement. No fielder. The deep backward square. 3rd for his innings so far. A single to end the over. 234 for 5. So power play 2 is done. Means the bowlers are allowed 5 back in the final 10 overs.
Bowling card. You see it. Bar Henry Brooks. Really, it's the spin that's helped that run rate stay down. Pace just seems to be going a little bit higher of a run rate. This maybe says a bit about the surface. There's turn there. Luke Holman with 3 to go will be brought back into the attack. We start this final power play, the final 10 overs. Phil Holman will probably get through all 3 of his last remaining.
So Holman back into the attack with 5 back on the ropes, and again, maybe not a bad ploy. Talks about potentially holding him back for when they tried to hit out. Just a dot ball to begin. A little short there. Holman, and just allows Sabe to rock back. Interesting moment will come if they try to open up against Holman here, especially with 5 back. 1 extra in the deep to take the catch. They do sky one off the wrist spinner. Grip on the leg spinner again, but just a fraction short.
Yeah, not easy to get after the spinner on this surface with that bit of extra bounce. Very easy to find a top edge. I think the approach will be around 6 and over off the spinners, target the pacers. This is good from Holman. Just 3 from it. Can he get out the over?
Rips on past the edge of the right-hander with the leg spinner to finish. Just 3 off the over. Excellent from Holman. 3 singles to start power play 3 for Northamptonshire. A nudge of the gloves. It's Furry Mike. The effects Mike. Wearing a hat on a sunny day as well. I would be interested to know who owns the pineapple hat. Anyone admitting to owning the pineapple hat? The first spotting of a light aircraft flying overhead today. I was challenged Greg on the camera to get that, but I think that was Noel who got that one. Well done, Noel. Over the head of Greg. They were swooping from behind Greg over his head into the distance, but that one's swerved over him, allowing Noel to pick it up. Well done.
Good start. Josh de Carey's. How many of these last 10 will be bowled by the spinners? It's definitely harder to get them away.
Hammered back, a lot of bottom hand there. Nice shot. Just a single. Long off. Pretty short. It actually disappears out of our sight down there. He did. He managed to scoop it up, just a single. Thought at first it was a boundary and then realised the ball was being returned. The mound in the middle means where we're sat at one end, you can only actually see the knees and nothing below. Indeed, the hip of the fielder at deep long on.
Another very good over here for Middlesex, just 3 from it. 1 ball remaining. Oh, he's got out of it well. 4 from it. Middlesex will be happy with that. Just 8 overs remain. $241 for 5. Definitely have sights on 300 now, Northants. Cooling breeze.
Is that a Middlesex fan? That's one of my best ever. Middlesex hat on. Language. That is up there, I'm sorry, but that's great. That was good. Hammered hard over deep mid wicket it goes into the car park. Make sure you're all parked away from the facing away from the cricket.
Lovely shot from Miller. First 6 for him. He's playing a really impressive knock here, the 22-year-old, and watch out the cars.
Watch out the low-flying aircraft. There you go. Now, there's a sensible car driver. Park away. If you have your windscreen, our Audi driver there, you're facing, look, you can't drive home. You get your windscreen smashed. You have to wait for the screen replacement to come. If you get your windscreen, if you get your rear window smashed, you can drive home and get it done at home.
Is that your car?
Basics of cricket. Grace there, hunting the ball in the bush with Ethan Bamber.
You speak from a bit of experience with knowing where to park the car, Kev.
Well, I saw it as a youngster. I saw it happen. I couldn't believe it. The poor fella. Everybody was going home in a club match, and he'd had a ball put through his windscreen. And 1, he's got to play for his windscreen to be replaced, and 2, he's got to wait for them to come and fix the thing for him. Everybody's gone home. It was dark. The club was shutting, and he's still sat in his car with a smashed windscreen. So always face away from the cricket, and then you can drive home, and at least you have that little bonus that you don't have to sit waiting at the ground. I taught that one to Dave Fulton as well, you know. He didn't know that one.
I've always wondered who pays for it as well.
That's it. Exactly. Parking at a cricket ground, you understand the risks. There is that one. There's the famous video down under, isn't there, which went viral. Who just hit my car? I may have skipped a word in that sentence, but... And gone. That's why Holman was held back. Try and hit out against the wrist spinner. You'll do so at much greater risk. They didn't want Northamptonshire milking Holman for singles. They wanted to hold him back and say, go on then, if you want to score runs for him, try and hit out against the wrist spinner. He has his 2nd wicket. Northamptonshire, fine recovery, that partnership between Zabe and Miller, but Miller has to go. Fine 73. And a partnership worth 125. 6 down though. Northamptonshire won 247 for 6.
Brilliant knock. Gus Miller. He's turned this game around for his side. They were in real trouble when he came to the crease. Very mature knock from the 22-year-old. Got himself in. Started to go big. He'll be disappointed with how he's got out there. 73 from 67 has put Northamptonshire in a position where they can really look to push on and get a good score. Justin Broad coming into the squad for this game and straight into the team. It's the new batter. A 24-year-old all-rounder.
Exactly.
Just his 7th List A game. Which he represents Germany internationally, Justin Broad. And he's off the mark straight away. That knock from Miller just laid the platform. Expect Zabe now to be the aggressor. He's set on 48. He's been there for 69 deliveries.
Must be a single on this one. Be a first batting point for Northamptonshire. 2:49 for 6. Won't be long now. First class cricket will be back against Northamptonshire at a Middlesex outground, but not here at Radlett at Merchant Taylor School, which is where played out that game last year. Single brings up the 250. It was a draw last year, but it was a how do we describe it? Was it a winning draw for Middlesex? Because Middlesex got 8 points for being the batting side, drawing in the chase with the scores level. Oh, the googly goes past the edge. That's lovely. From Holman. Swing at the bat from Zabe in response, an aggressive one, and that is the point. If they try and hit out against the wrist spinner in the well, at any stage of an innings, if you're trying to hit out against the wrist spinner, you will find it a little bit more difficult. With 5 back as well, Holman will have a chance to be in the game. So a 6 to begin the over, a dot ball to finish, but a big wicket at the start to just slow up any charge that's coming up in power play 3. He's got 1 over to go, Holman. 2 for 39. His figures, which have been excellent, and here's to Carey's. The right-handed Broad first up, with a chance perhaps at the left-handed Zabe.
Six overs remaining after this. Cornwall has 2. Henry Brooks has 2. You would expect them to come back. I think it'll be to Carey's and Holman until that point.
Just off the pads, I think. I don't think that's going to be the 50 for Zabe. The umpire raises his leg and a little tap. Zabe once more on 49 against the off spinner. Can De Carey's get one to rip out of the fingers? I'll find a little bit of bounce off this surface. You'd imagine Zabe will just try and push the single to bring up his milestone. Oh, now that wraps on the pads. It's got a chance. Not out. Right arm around to the left-hander from the off break. And it has been gripping, it has been spinning, but given the benefit of the doubt, just sliding down. Maybe clipping at very, very best. Now scrambling through and stepping over it, Brooks. I think it was a comfortable single anyway, but Brooks was trying to do his best to make it less comfortable for Zabe, but he raises his bat after helping Northamptonshire from a less than comfortable position. 50 from 73. That was a wonderful freeze frame we just had there. Like a rather stoic gentleman from something out of a Gatsby movie.
That's a compliment, that. Yeah, it's been a very good knock from Save Zabe. Just a second list A half century. Again, when his team really needed it most. Played all around the ground. Much needed partnership, much needed innings.
It's like an old-fashioned screensaver, that, wasn't it? Lines bouncing around the screen. The comms cam's down at the moment, that's why we had that wonderful, almost mosaic of Tom Ford.
Can you actually send me that picture? My new profile picture.
Scampered single. 256 for 6.
Last over for Luke Holman then. Reverse from Zabe, and he's executed it brilliantly. Lovely shot. Got down early, intention was there. Knew where he wanted to put it. He was a little bit aerial. Fielder was interested. There, Noah Cornwell, but raced away. Lovely shot.
Oh, he's opened up the stumps there to Carey's. Sweeps him fine.
Great use of his crease. There's a reversing the previous ball. Orthodox sweep, that time getting it very fine. Taking it off leg stump, really. Again, not far from the fielder, but landed safely. Back-to-back boundaries.
Apologies, don't mind. No, my Josh is from my Lukes. It was Holman, not to Carey's. Now goes big for him again. There's short boundaries here, but that's a brilliant catch under a lot of pressure. Fernandez in the deep. They are short boundaries. He's catching that downhill from the mound of the middle. And also it's the wicket of Zabe. Room was tight on him. He was having to grab that while thinking about the rope, running alongside it. Just watch this. This is not an easy catch at all. He's worried about that rope behind him. He's worried about in the air where that's going. And he's not got the sure footing of a flat surface below him. It's ever downhill. Very, very good catch, that one for Fernandez. Middlesex go on to win this game. That might be a moment that they look back on and give a pat on the back for the youngster. A catch well held, an innings well built by Zabe. He's helped recover matters here for Northamptonshire, but still a bit to do. He falls for 58. It's 264 for 7. James Sales, the son of David, makes his way out to the middle. Some of the finest nicknames in cricket history. Jumble, Carboot. I have to think of new ones though for the youngster James, though, don't they?
Jumble Junior.
leg side. Didn't step across to it at all. Nice ball though from Holman. Single to end the over. Sails off the mark. 265 for 7. And the end of Zabe for a very, very good 58 and a very good catch by Fernandez. 3 for 49 from his 10 overs. A very good day from Luke Holman. A little bit of tap at the end there, but that while picking up the wickets and brought back in power play 3 with Northamptonshire on the charge, which is a real nod to where Middlesex feel Luke Holman's game is at the moment. Spoke to Richard Johnson at the close of play at Derbyshire about that. It's a good example of where Middlesex are trying to get to at the moment with their youngsters. So Sales will have the strike. Speaking of nicknames, that's still one of my greatest disappointments at the moment with Gloucestershire and OJ Price and the failure for nicknames of the Price brothers down there. Have you seen Trading Places? Oh, that's slammed back down the ground by Sales, and just a single to long on. OJ Price, the price of OJ, that was the plot of Trading Places. I thought I got chipped from this from Ollie. I thought I was going to get something thrown at me here, but he's looking at me quizzically. He obviously wasn't tuned in at that point at Gloucestershire. This was where the whole criticism of our esteemed colleague in the southwest, Ed Seaborn, came from, that he'd never seen Trading Places. And the price of OJ was the plot of Trading Places. But his nickname was Pricey. Lovely use of the feet from Sales, but he's dragged it wider than I realised, and it's straight to Cracknell. Didn't think that he'd gone fully through with that. I thought it was a chip into the onside, and it was to some extent. He perhaps was caught between a rock and a hard place there. Does he go fully through with it? Does he pull out? Somewhere in between, he just dragged it. And Cracknell holds on. Safe pair of hands in the deep, Cracknell. He was never going to put that one down, and De Carey's has the wicket. Quite wide there, almost around towards Cow Corner. Cracknell well positioned, well placed, because it was a comfortable catch in the end. But yeah, it felt as though probably will walk off Sales feeling as though he only really gave that half an effort, of which either camp he was thinking, pull out or go big. He did something in between, and to Middlesex's delight, they have a wicket. 2-6-7 for 8. We've still got 4.6 overs, 4.3 now to bowl, so Northamptonshire just has to be a little bit careful. Broad is joined in the middle now by Michael Finan, a new batter.
Good day for Josh De Carey's in the field. Continues 4 catches, first wicket now. And spin in these latter overs, continuing to do the job for Middlesex. Important they kept picking up these wickets. Northamptonshire won't want to get bowled out here. There's still 4 overs remaining.
Tough one here, because 2 good overs and they've got 300 on the boards. Or do you bat it out, push the singles? Current run rate's 5.8, so 292 is the projection at this rate. So perhaps just drop the singles and take the 300 that way.
Yeah, I think,
as you say, bat out the overs.
I think just get through this next couple, get down to that last 2 overs, and then maybe look to press on again. But at the moment, 267 still feels a bit light. They want at least 280. Northamptonshire, another good over, just 2 from it, and important wicket. Josh de Carey's. 4 overs remain. And there'll be a bit of lunch, afternoon drinks, for the crowd that have braved the sunshine.
Mission Cowshall returns. 4 overs to go.
6 overs for 44 for Cowshall. Doesn't quite tell the full story. Did have Pretty Shaw in a bit of trouble early on. Beat the bat a few times, found the edge. You come back and pick up a couple of wickets.
Just a single to start.
Yeah, it can be a difficult one to know how to approach for these lower order batters. You see just 3-4 overs remaining. You can try and get as many as possible, but with just 2 wickets left, they don't want to get bowled out. They want to just get to a checkpoint. 275, 280.
Well, where's that gone? All the way into the nets, which hopefully will have saved a few more of the cars over there.
Yeah, disregard what I just said. Just keep going. Go for 300. That's a beautiful shot. Lovely pickup.
Start of the over, it was 8 and over for 300, and well, 5.8's got them to 292, as we said, so it's fine margins. Again, the sweeper back, just the single. Oh, that's a very good start by the Careys. There's half a chance he actually conceded a run by making that stop, because Holman was coming around behind him, and as he scooped at the ball, it just pushed it away from himself slightly. But you can't for a moment deny him that one.
Oh wow, look at that bird at the far end. Where's the bird? Where's the set? It's going for Greg. At the end of the over, do you reckon I could get that above Greg? Do you reckon we can get the bird? At the end of the above Greg? Maybe quite a nice line. That's a hell of a expanse. Just tell Noah to look immediately above Greg and something circling above. Is it? Get both to go for it.
Clipped a long leg, just a single to end the over. 47 done. 278 for 8. Not quite flying Northamptonshire, but they've recovered nicely. Been pecking away at this innings since being pushed down to 122 for 5. All of my bird puns have fallen flat because the huge red kite swirling over the square, which we were just about to bring you, has swooped away.
It's the beautiful thing about nature.
Destroying Kev's puns.
Henry Brooks back into the attack. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41. Had a really, really strong second spell. Bowled out his last 2 overs here. Look to wrap up this innings.
Can we just let the camera folk know that I'll even take a sparrow at this stage to get me back on track with all those puns. Ah! Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Henry Brooks.
A little bug flying into Henry Brooks' eye as he's running in. Both teams will go. Let's see how these last 3 overs play out here, but at the moment I think both teams will be relatively happy. Middlesex maybe be slightly disappointed. 122 for 5. Northampton have got to this point. There's been some big overs. That partnership between Dave and Miller putting Northampton into a great position. Partnership of 125. Just that partnership, and Prithvi Shaw and George Bartlett of 77. The only real partnerships of note. It's been a tale of 2 innings really. But if Northamptonshire can get as close to 300 as possible, that'll be their aim. Middlesex want to wrap this up. There's been 2 clusters of wickets, a couple of decent partnerships. Pretty even game so far. We've set up for a good run chase.
Dear. Now, the over was delayed by, we were watching a plane, discovering whether it was a bird or a plane and teeing up Henry Brooks, but he aborted his run-up because something had flown into his eye. Being tended to at the moment. Those are the light aircraft we were watching. That previous rather large flight that we saw, B8, was off on the way to Denver, Colorado, apparently. And speaking of Supermen, there's Pete Waxman, the Middlesex physio.
Good innings.
Blake Cullen in the background there, Robbie White.
Just about ready to go again.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, he can't do it again. Jags back in.
Nice shot actually. The scoreboard over there, the scoreboard operator sat in the middle, zoom right in on them and pan slowly out of it. Because, I mean, what I'd say is it's going to be absolutely sweltering in there today.
Cut away. Just a single as the sweeper gets round. Fancy this is a pretty big over. He's had the best economy, as you were pointing out, Dom, of the seamers, just going at just over 5s. This way, that way, and then over. Scoop. Now, 4 runs, just short. That boundary rope.
That's a beautiful shot. Getting into that position to scoop. Confident tail-ender. Justin Broad. And another important boundary. That's 284 now for Northants. Getting to a decent position. Can they get to 300? Well, Henry Brooks's reply.
Slow ball. Broad checks the shot. Thinking about 2. Brooks does the fielding off his own bowling though.
Which camp is happier right now, do you think, Kev?
I'm going to be a politician and say, well, that's a very good question, Dom.
No comment.
I do think this is in the balance right now. Up and over. Oh, nearly. A slide from Holman. He's always tried to take it one-handed in the end. I don't think he quite picked that up. He was, again, I think discombobulated slightly with the trajectory, footing beneath him on the slide, trying to get under it. I think he was going to slide and try and take it two-handed was the plot, but yeah, in the end only ended up pushing one hand towards it. The chance goes down, a couple taken. Slow ball, that one's pulled hard for just a single to end the over. 10 off it, 2 for 51 off his 9 for Brooks. Finn will keep the strike and Northamptonshire 288 for 8.
Good over. I'll take that, Northamptonshire. 10 from it. Broaden. Michael Finnan. Just getting some late order runs here.
Step across from Finan. Oh, now reverse to the slower ball. Brooks looks to throw down the stumps. They get through for the single. It's hammered, clearing the front foot, and that beats Long off as well, just a little wider down below.
Another lovely shot, another big boundary. These two playing very well.
Oh, good slow ball again from Cowshall. He's done well here. They're looking to hit hard at him. Leg by with that step across, just a single second ball. The last one prior to that went for 4 was a clearing of the front leg that could have gone anywhere. Fine work from Finan though as well, 15 from 11. Good strike rate from these two, hitting out at the end, just pushing up and over the 300 now you'd expect. Oh, that's going to be close, and he's gone, struck on the back pads. Again, that step across, reward from Cowshall. He's deserved that. He had a huge LBW appeal against Shaw, rejected earlier. Couple of edges that didn't go to hand. And with that step across, yep, that's plumb hitting on that back pads. Cowshall's first wicket. Northamptonshire lose their 9th. And they're back into that very delicate margin of not batting out their overs. 2-9-4 for 9. 15 from 12. Finan with a decent little cameo. 1 for 60 with 1 to come for Cowshall as here comes Weatherall.
Yeah, deserved. For Cowshall, he's bowled well without reward. I'll make him feel a little bit better. Another important wicket for Middlesex. The game very much in the balance. A few runs can be the difference in this game, so if Middlesex can wrap up this innings, keep Northants below 300. Just mentally, that'll make Middlesex feel a little bit better. Northants get over 300 and you feel like they'll go in just slightly more the confident side. Be Weatherall on strike, 19 years of age.
Into the block hole was the attempt by Cowshall. Dug out for a single. It means Weatherall have strike for the final over, which is probably not the worst thing for Middlesex. Broad 18 from 15. We'll be hoping that Weatherall can pick up a quick single to start the final over as well. 2-9-5 for 9. Hot work in there today, I'd suggest, for the scoreboard operator. Hoping that's a wire being run in for a fan. Extra fan in there, it'll be pretty hot, so sauna in the score box. What's the amount of cakes I've got through this summer? I probably could do with an hour or 2 in there.
Nice work, mate. Thank you.
Brooks it is with the final over. Six's senior man in the seam ranks today. Lifts on that one. It does give Weatherall the single though that he, Broad and Northamptonshire should have wanted.
Slower ball from Henry Brooks. It went round the corner and it will run away for 4. 300 up for Northants. Swept round the corner, picked that slower ball. It's gone very fine. Just got his bit of bat on it. A quick boundary. A big moment for Northants, getting up to 300. Justin Broad playing a little gem of a knock.
It's away for a couple.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, this is a high-scoring ground, and you'd say 300 is probably around par, I guess. The thing Middlesex will be disappointed at 122 for 5. They would have hoped to keep Northants below 300. They're still very much in with a chance, but they'll have to bat well.
Hammered high and perhaps even onto the roof of that tent there, is it? I think it has just bounced back off it, which protecting them from the sun, it's protecting them from a projectile as well.
A big shot. Justin Broad connected with that beautifully. Sounded lovely off the bat. Big moment in this final over. 4-2 followed up by a 6.
And a reverse, that's beautifully played. Hand on it at backward point from Cowshall. They will get back for 2 as Holman comes around. This is a good over. 15 off it. Where can they finish?
A single at the start of the over. Very important. Getting Broad back on strike. He's now 32 from just 19 deliveries.
Swing and a miss. And a wide. Oh, Brooks isn't impressed.
On the border. That one slower ball from Brooks. Oh, just maybe outside the line. Northants 311 for 9. 1 delivery remaining. Can Broad find the boundary? Brooks in need of a dot ball here.
Oh dear, oh dear. Oh wow. Oh dear, put down in the crowds. That's a big shot. It was an oh dear though for Brooks. He was nearly out of the over, but the wide has cost him. It's cost Middlesex 7 runs that wide. As the last ball is hammered over mid-wicket for 6, and that's a fine recovery from Northamptonshire. They were 122 for 5 when McManus fell in the 22nd over. But they finish on 317 for 9. It's a good score. 300 and anything is a lot of runs to get. Somebody's going to have to go well for Middlesex in reply. Good comeback from the Steelbacks. What will Middlesex produce in the chase? We'll find out in just a little while. But live here at Radlett as we are with the live enhanced stream from Middlesex. We're going to take a break for the interval. And a few short words from our sponsors, Daffabet. Hello, very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Radlett, the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. We are just about to get underway in the chase with Josh de Carys and Joe Cracknell out to open. We did question of the initial scorecard that went up that had Nathan Fernandez at the top. What kind of switch up there'd be in the order? There's no Sam Robson or Mark Stoneman opening up, so the youngsters are given their chance to go out and have a little bit of a dash, it would look like, in the power play, with the senior boys coming in, perhaps 3 and 4, but perhaps 4 and 5. We shall see. Fernandez was given the nod to be up there. And Kevin Hand alongside me, Don Ford, for this one, taking you through the chase, which Middlesex has been set 318. It's a sizable task, Tom.
It is, yeah. They're going to need a good start. Make the most of this power play. 318, they're very much in with a shout, but they're going to need to bat very well. It's really good middle order knocks, Save and Gus Miller as well, putting Northants into a good position. Late order runs, Justin Broad. Middlesex will feel like they just let it slip away a little bit, but still very much in with a chance. Very quick outfield, it's a hot day. Outfield's just going to get quicker and quicker.
Michael Fineham with the ball in hands. And not Fernandez on strike. It's going to be Cracknell on strike with de Carys at the non-striker's end. From the pavilion end, here's Fineham. Behind it, Cracknell. North Middlesex boy on strike, a Radlett boy at the non-striker's end.
56 for Joe Cracknell. Last time out against Derbyshire. Bit of a sticky innings to start, but got into his flow. Middlesex will need an aggressive opener to go well again here today.
His toes punching into the offside with that one. How much freedom will they have? They do bat a long way down Middlesex, and to that extent it's got to be worth a gamble of a couple of wickets in the power play as they're going with here. Edged. Third's halfway back. Bounce is well short of.
Zakari's on strike. He was everywhere in the field. 4 catches, took a wicket. He delivered with the bat.
Right into the block hole. Well dug out. More bowled by Finan. Punch back by Zakari's. Required rate 6.4 is nothing that really should worry Middlesex greatly. Interesting how they go about this chase. So 10 overs with just 2 fielders allowed back, power play 1. Chasing 320 to win, then take 70 off that maybe in the power play. 7 and over. That was where Northamptonshire were. And looking to score 250 off the remaining 40. Suggests that Middlesex, with the 2 that they've sent out, going for a slightly more aggressive approach than just 70 off the first 10. We shall see. First over's just garnered 1. That one's to Cracknell, who'll keep the strike. Rafi Weatherall from the Salters Field end. Now, pace and bounce there.
A lot of lift there from Rafi Weatherall. Great start. Just 19 years of age. Really took off. Through to McManus with the gloves. Weatherall 5 wickets from his 2 games so far in this tournament. 4 for 50 against Derbyshire. Opening up. He's got some pace.
It's clipped back with a square. Good pace, remember that one doesn't pitch. And it's away for 4. There he comes again. Man for all seasons. Weatherall. Come on, what's his nickname? There must be a good one somewhere there for him. It's beautifully put away by Cracknell. 4 more.
Good start from Joe Cracknell. Back-to-back boundaries. Just Weatherall overcompensating. Bit of width. Cracknell in a good bit of form. Gets that one away nicely.
We've had another good submission for the Weatherall's nicknames. Michael Fish. Oh, that's hammered by Cracknell. On to 13. Middlesex's ploy. Clear from the off. Thunder and lightning response from Cracknell to Weatherall. Oh, lift on that into the offside, 2 points, no run. Inquiry from Oliver Thorpe next to us. Will it be raining sixes later in Weatherall spell? Looks as though he's just run into a headwind there, Weatherall. We just have to hope these puns don't keep snowballing. It's a well scampered 2. Good start this from Middlesex. 2 overs some. 15 without loss and all 15 to that man, Joe Cracknell. It's getting a little hot in the tent here. The sun's getting to us. It's gotten to me anyway. Been threatened to have my lead cut if there's any more puns. Is that just for power play 1 or the entire innings? To the hip of Carey's. Well run single, leg by. Fraction low, we didn't see any of that in the Middlesex innings. Cracknell just trapped the bat down on it.
Yeah, it was the opposite, really, that we saw in the first innings. A bit of extra bounce, but that one just keeping a little bit low. Which will encourage Northampton's bowling attack. Strike from Cracknell, but finding the fielder.
Ball angled across. Useful having a left armour in any attack just for that bit of variation. Cornwall was a real threat for Middlesex in the early stages, picked up the first 2 wickets to go. No ball, free hit for Joe Cracknell, who will relish that, you would imagine. Mid off and mid on up, so 2 mid wickets. There's a long leg and a deep third. So it's pretty much nose or toes with that field, you would imagine, for Finan. More to the chin than the nose, and it slapped disappointingly for Cracknell to cover. Replays, pick-up shot. Another light aircraft, this one heading over our heads into the distance. Greg's picked that up from Salters Field, will it just come over his head? Yes, no. No is the correct call. Yeah, Cracknell will be disappointed he's missed out on that free hit, because he'd have fancied any pickup is what he would have gone for there, either front foot or back foot, and just pick it up to the onside with the long leg and deep third back. Ended up getting tucked up for a room though and hit it to the offside. Sam Robson padded up, usual opener in all formats, in List A and in the Championship, but will he be in at 3, will he be in at 4? They didn't particularly look like a man who was ready to come in if a wicket was full, so we can perhaps scratch 3 then. Does that mean Fernandez will come in at 3, or Stoneman? Only one pad on.
Actually, can he pan up to the balcony?
Blake Cullen walking up the pavilion steps there, Richard Johnson. Solid. Oh, now. Yes, no, again. And away it goes. Now, what's it come off? It's not going to go for 4, so they're not going to run the deflection. Good dive from De Carey's though.
You'd imagine whoever's in next will be on the other end of the balcony though. Watch, maybe.
Pick up from Cracknell. Weatherall straying down the leg side. Cracknell just swivels, picks it up, and races down to fine leg for 4 runs.
Do you want to go to Scrooge? Do you want to go back to the balcony? On, Rafi! See who's on. Come on! No worries. Come on, Raf! Come on, Raf! Ready! Oh, that's what you said.
Yes, no, again. Oh dear. I'm not even sure what they've settled on in the end there. Singles taken. point. End of the over. 4 done, 24 without loss. Run rate 6. Required is 6.3. The plan so far for Middlesex, not bad at all. Cracknell 20 from 19. Martin Anderson in the T20, almost given the freedom to go up to the top and get going. Just having a look to see who's padded up. There you go, Nathan Fernandez on the right. Rocky Stoneman does not have the pads on, so we have our answer. It will be Fernandez at 3 and Robson at 4. It's a fair bet. Stoneman dropping down to 5, perhaps. Luke Holman being massaged for a dash later. I'm sure you've met the regular Middlesex Monsieur Spike, Dom?
Not as yet, actually.
You're not?
No.
You must have seen Spike.
I've seen Spike, yes.
Which is the best name for a Monsieur that you could ever imagine. Spike. And also the build. Mighty man. Spike is. I think I prefer a massage from Robbie White. Single through square leg. 25 for no wicket.
Seeing as you're a body as a temple kind of guy, Kev, are you into acupuncture?
Oh, haven't had that for a while, but fun, isn't it?
It's these things called Shakti mats. I don't know if you've heard of them. Acupuncture mat.
Have you got one?
I do.
Where'd you get it from? Argus?
I'll send you the link.
I'd fancy a bit of that. We could have it back in the tent, couldn't we? I don't know if they still do it, but years ago at the test matches, a masseuse or a monsieur used to be provided by the ECB. Yeah, one of the commentary boxes at the back would have a masseuse or a monsieur in operation. You line up, roll up, get a shoulder and back massage.
I heard Fletcher's offering to do the massage.
I think I prefer Spike. Don't think he's here today, Spike. We'd have spotted him on the balcony, I'm sure. Or maybe he's out back massaging a few of them.
Crunched from Cracknell. He's scored 21 of the 26 so far. Faced most of the deliveries as well. Just the last couple of shots have picked out the fielders. It's been a promising start for Middlesex. 26 for no loss. Run rate just shy of 6.
Hooked hard for 4. Really nicely timed by Cracknell. He's hammered that one away. Onto it quickly. Quick hands. Much quicker the hands went than the body. Cracknell there. Good hand-eye coordination. Run rates above the required. Just a single. Good on. Rolling to his right to stop that one.
It'll be interesting to see at what point Northampton bring the spinners in. As we saw in the first innings, it was the pacers that got the treatment. The spin of Holman, the carries, Fernandez brought that run rate down, picked up the wickets. It looked difficult to score on this pitch. There was definitely encouraging turn.
Bit of shape through the air on that one, and he's got it away nicely though, De Carey's got a couple hit. Doubles his tally, end of the over, 33 without loss. Is that a sleeper bottom left? Big lunch. Oh, there's one behind him as well. 2 sleepers.
It's the shade.
Snooze in the shade. Be wide.
It's been a little bit of an inconsistent start from Weatherall. A couple of deliveries have gone through with good pace and bounce.
That may well be a wide as well. It is.
Product of the Northamptonshire Academy, Rafi Weatherall.
That's better. Top of off and an inside edge. Cracknell.
Just 19 years of age. Signed his first professional contract with Northants this summer. Played in 90-20s. 4 first-class games, and it's his 3rd list day.
It's down the ground. Not quite what Carey's was intending, but again, much like Cracknell, it's just about the reactions, really, isn't it? Pie nearly ran into it. Other way, umps. Whoa.
It's turning into a really good start for Middlesex. 40 without loss, run rate of 7.5.
Oh, that's got through as well. Hit on the up by the Careys. Pick up a couple here, he's into double figures. Weatherall needs to get out of the over now. High pressure front at the start with the 2 wides. That's leg side.
Nicely played. Under Carey's back foot punch, comes back for 2. Another good over. This for Middlesex. 11 from it so far, 1 delivery to go.
Middlesex breezing through the first 6 here. Can Weatherall storm back before the over's out? 44 without loss after 6. And it is a solid start for Middlesex. Is that a sleeper? No, I think I saw a blink of the eye there. No, he's awake. Is that one through again? See, the cover drives aren't flying away though. They're hitting them on the up because, again, much like Middlesex, Northamptonshire just keeping it back of a length here, or on a length. And Middlesex having to hit on the up, it's not quite crunching them away, but wary of that bounce. Moving around nicely, hitting at good strike rates. Run rate 7.5 nearly. Splice again. Finally just keeping some sort of control here on the start.
Good fielding. Emilio Gay lost track of where the ball was. It was a great stop. Saved 3 runs. Good over from Finan. 4 from it. Middlesex. Wonderful start. 48 for no loss. 7 and gone. New opening partnership. Cracknell and DeCaries.
Man after my own heart. Get the feet up. Miller into the attack. Salters field ends.
He delivered with the bat. Gus Miller. His team need him now with the ball. Big part of another reason Northants got to the score that they did.
Good start.
Start from Miller on the money. Northants just trying to bring back a little bit of control. Middlesex racing close to 50. Required run rate. Bringing it down.
Ground. Nice use of the feet. That brings up the 50 for Middlesex. Carries on to 17. Strike rate of 100 for him.
Lovely shot. Josh de Carey's putting Miller off his length. Couple of steps down the ground. Strikes that. Nice. Safely landing, and it's the 50 partnership. 46 balls for this pair.
That nips back and gone. Carries to Platts, ball nip back. You can see a lot of middle and off there. I think he may have been struck on the back pad. De Carey's walks off with disappointment. 17 to his name. Home ground. Ooh. Well. Yeah, I guess hitting top of leg. Imagine somewhere though, Shankauschel's grumbling about that, Shaw not out earlier. 52 for 1. Carries departs for 17. Miller with a breakthrough in his first over.
Yeah, first professional career wicket for Gus Miller. He's having a good game. He stepped up again when his team needed it. A good start from Middlesex. Nathan Fernandez to the crease. Left-hander. Just a couple of scores, single-figure scores. In the first 2 games of the competition. He's got an opportunity here to bat long with Joe Cracknell.
Some thought that he may open with Cracknell. Right-handed, left-handed combination as well. I think that it will be Sam Robson in at 4. Interesting to see if this affects Cracknell in any way, the fall of the wicket in the power play. I don't think it should, still 2.5 overs to go of it. His debut against Northamptonshire, Nathan Fernandez, and scored a century in the first innings on his first-class debut and Middlesex debut, which was a first for the county. And at Wantage Road in the second round of the season. Full toss, stroked down the ground for 4. Oh, and into the bush. No, this could be a delay. It's a lovely stroke it was. Oh, come on, sir. Should have stopped that one. Now they're all in the bush looking for it.
Yeah, Nice start. Fernandez to get off the mark.
Ouch. A few thorns.
Successful over for Northamptonshire. Middlesex 56 for 1. Much needed wicket. Be a double change in bowling. Justin Broad provided some much needed lower order runs.
Oh, now Cracknell drawn into that one.
Great start here from Justin Broad, testing Cracknell out, side that off stump, getting some good lift, bit of nip away from Cracknell. It's a good change of bowling at both ends for Northants. The slips in play. I think Cracknell, naturally a very positive player. I think that wicket will disturb his rhythm too much. But he's been finding his form. Good knock at 56 last time out against Derbyshire. Very destructive player when on song.
Has to be quick. Oh, and it hits the bat and it's coming down to us. Going to race away for 4. Middlesex will get 5 for that one. Little bonus for Middlesex and Joe Cracknell. It's 35 from 34. Cracknell gets him back ahead of his strike rate. A little bit of chatter as well out in the middle by the looks of it. Broad, I'm sure Cracknell won't be too disturbed by that. For 1. Nine bowled, 61 for 1. Northamptonshire are 2 down in the power play. 71 they were at that stage. There you go. Wickets are going to be the key. It's a ground where if you're in, you're going to score. Middlesex don't particularly need to force it beyond the power play. 57 the DLS for the next delivery. Middlesex 61 for 1 before it's bowled. 58. The feed from Cracknell to get into position. Well bowled by Miller though.
I see Cracknell to try and make use of this last over. Power play number 1. Get a couple more boundaries away. It's at a runnable 35. Currently, Middlesex in a good place. Ahead of that required run rate. that away. Fine leg's going to have to come round. He might get a boundary here, and he does. It's quite a distance out there, but the ball ran away. Nipped back in to Cracknell's pads, got his bat down in time, and deep square couldn't get round. Nicely played. Cracknell on to 39.
Stop. Short fine leg. Holds into a single. Make sure that Fernandez has to be quick. To be careful there, scrambling around. Does well. Can get out of the over. It's come off it. 4 of the second ball, but just a single otherwise. Very good end to the power play. 6. Well, Northamptonshire posted 71 for 2, so barring a 6 here, Middlesex were behind on the rates. What will the wicket column say? Say 1 down, 66 for 1 after 10 Middlesex. Even I can do that run rate. The required is 6.3. Then compared to 71 for 2, it's pretty tight. Bearing in mind the ball was doing a bit this morning for the Middlesex bowlers.
It'll be Justin Broad again. The pavilion end. The 11th over.
Ooh, sprays that one. Not a great challenge. The umpire to single that wide. Just a single down to deep third.
See Northants, it's only 2 for 2 at this stage. A few runs ahead, but I'd lost that second wicket. Middlesex will be happy where they're at the moment. Just losing one inside that first power play.
Now, Fernandez, it felt as though he pulled out of that, or was in the process of pulling out of it. Yeah, I think he was caught between whether to leave, whether to play, uppercut. That gets through from Cracknell, moves to 45. Mentioned not too many of the square drives or cover drives have got through because the Middlesex and Northamptonshire similarly been wary of the bounce. Played nicely.
Yeah, really nice shot from Cracknell. It's flowing nicely here again. It's the opener.
Now there again. That's why they're not pushing hard outside the off stump there. It's pushed a little too hard at that one. Too enthused by the ball before, perhaps, Cracknell. Now, down the track he goes. It looked like there was a little word or two exchanged at the end of the last over between Broad and Cracknell. A couple of dot balls to end that one, so Cracknell won't be saying too much back. 73 for 1.
Plenty of sun cream needed today. Those fans that have braved the sunshine. It's a beautiful day at Radlett. On 27, 28 degrees. Hot day in the hot afternoon in the field. Just flirting outside off stump there, Fernandez. Looking to run it down behind square.
Nice shot. As far as mid-off, didn't quite time it. You can hear it wasn't out of the middle of the back. Oh wow, that's a great ball. What do you do about that? Fernandez could have got a little more across and behind to that one, but sometimes you just have to doff your cap to the bowler. That was a beaut. And then a swashbuckling effort from Fernandez. Probably just need to settle it down a little bit.
This is good from Miller. 5 dots. He can get out this over. Very good from Miller, maiden over. First of the Northamptonshire innings, second of the day. With every dot, that required run rate just sneaks up a little bit. Where's that one going? Colorado?
I was just about to say, I don't think that one's going to make it to Denver.
We know where that was going.
Down the hatch. Are we about to be papped? The great Raimondo in shot. Ooh. Cracknell going hard at that one. All the fine images you see on the Middlesex website, taken by Ray. Some of the not so fine ones as well. Lift him on again. 318 is going to be a challenge. It's a lot of runs, that's the point. Well, it's a small ground, quick scoring grounds. Middlesex will have felt that they bowled well mostly. Batting first, it's runs on the board, which is what Northamptonshire wanted when they won the toss. Should be a single out to the sweeper.
Single breaks. Spell of 12 dot balls in a row. Northampton really tightening things up at the start of this second phase of the innings.
Short, and the Criers catch it, but it's hooked fine by Fernandez. His first boundary.
Yeah, he's played that pretty well. Fernandez in control. Kept it down. Just races away. Middlesex 78 for 1 at the end of the 13th. Chasing 318 to win, a further 240 to win required. Set batter and Joe Cracknell approaching his half century. Back to back 50s, Cracknell is to get there. Pretty even this whole day. It's been a good contest between bat and ball. Phases going for Northamptonshire, phases for Middlesex.
Single, tickle back with a square on the leg side. You have to think about two, out they come.
Good fielding. Renting the runs. Run rate up at 6.5 now. That won't deter Middlesex too much.
Again. On to 49. That is driven sweetly through the covers. One of the shots of the day from Nathan Fernandez. Just won't quite make it to the boundary. Almost a corner flag could go in there. Will they get back for an all-run four? And it's an all-run four from Fernandez.
Yeah, deserved four. That from Fernandez, lovely shot. Miller just pushing that bit fuller.
No ball. Won't be a free hit. All right, but he will have to bowl it again. Single to end the over to keep the stride. 88 for one after 14. Bit of hay fever maybe. Still not missing a dot ball or a run.
High ball to start. From Broad.
That's beautifully guided, a little late dab. Third will hold him to a single, but Fernandez looking low. Let's play with a bit of confidence here. Coming in at 3, change up in the list A order. He had to change it up a little bit after defeats in the last 2 for Middlesex. Youth to the 4 and to the top. The order for Middlesex. Robson and Stoneman's quite a solid middle order. Two strong all-rounders, of course, as well. Well, that's gone, and he'll be disappointed. Very full delivery. Cracknell falls for 49, not quite across it, maybe just sucking into it late because he was on 49 looking for a drive. Feet weren't quite there, wasn't over the top of it, didn't get across. 90 for 2 it is. Would have been a very well deserved 50 for Cracknell. A good innings, chanceless innings so far to this point. But yeah, head and feet, I'd imagine we'll see, were not quite across. As a result, the edge is taken. 49 for 52, Middlesex 90 for 2 in the 15th.
Yeah, disappointed there, Joe Cracknell. Slow walk off. Very good knock. It's good delivery from Broad, bowling well, nice angling in. Just Cracknell pushing at that one. Looking to drive, just a little tiny bit of movement. It's enough to find the outside edge to end a good knock. Bring Sam Robson to the crease. Move to number 4 today. Experienced middle order.
Number 4 is where you usually stick your best batter. Fair bet they might have called this right, Middlesex.
Deserved reward though for Justin Broad, another one who's having a good game alongside Miller. Delivered with the bat, he's got his first wicket with the ball. This game remains evenly poised.
And 1 brings 2, he's on a hat-trick, Broads. Beats the outside edge of that one as well. And Robson heads back for a first ball, or in at 4, not a usual position for him. He'd been hoping to come in and be the mainstay of the middle order. That ball just straightens on him. Robson will be disappointed, but it's a fair ball to get first up. Middlesex's former England Test opener displays first ball, which means Broad's on a hat-trick. Robson made to wait until the 15th over to come in. He's batted at 3 at times over the years for Middlesex, but down to 4 and replaced by his championship opening partner and the skipper in the list A side, Mark Stoneman. So one former England Test opener replaced by the other.
Brilliant from Broad again. Back-to-back wickets. Again, just a little bit of seam movement off the surface, moving away from Robson. At top of off stump. Doesn't get much better for a pace bowler. The wicket just swings. A game in favour of Northants. Mark Stoneman batted positively at number 4. He's in at number 5 today. Rapid 75 against Worcester, 20 against Derbyshire, and he's got work to do. He's got to negotiate a hat-trick ball. First up from Justin Broad. Best of 2 for 75 in the first 2 games of this tournament so far. Broadie's already got 2 here today. Can he make it 3?
So he's got one former England Test opener with his second ball, and what he hopes will be a hat-trick. He's got another former England Test opener to try and get past, though, at number 5 with Middlesex captain Mark Stoneman. Hat-trick ball for Broads. It's back and across goes Stoneman. Gets in behind it, picks up a single. Hat-trick denied. One for 3 in the 15th. Oh, that lifts down the leg side. It will be signalled as a wide. Straight back from Fernandez. Stoneman was his opening partner when he made his debut against Northamptonshire and hit that century earlier this year. Middlesex need a fair partnership from here. A good start from De Carey's and Cracknell, 52 for the first wicket. Cracknell and Fernandez similarly 38 for the second, but they need something substantial here. Big stand. You've got 2 pretty fresh batters together at the crease. Fernandez a bit of a start. 15 from 20, he'll just be getting himself in now. Stoneman needs to get himself in a Middlesex. As I say, needs to go big, go with a big partnership. Still requiring a further 226 to win.
That was a brilliant over. Last one from Justin Broad. 2 wickets in 2 balls, 2 big wickets. The set batter, Joe Cracknell, followed up by Sam Robson. Alongside Miller, they've just really regained control, picked up some important wickets.
It's a lovely shot. He was going for the Yorker, Miller. Stoneman saw that big, pushed it down the ground for 4.
Lovely shot from Stoneman. 75 off just 37 deliveries against Worcestershire, the opening one-day cup game. That's a beautiful start to his innings, straight down the ground, gun barrel straight.
Oh, lifted ball. And comes off.
A real lift from Miller. Saw plenty of those in the first innings. Northampton's batters getting wrapped on the gloves. That's the first for Stoneman.
That is a lovely ball. Goodness me, that was so close to taking the top of off. Displacing that bail. So close to taking the edge as well. Real test here for Middlesex at the moment. Oh, dearie me. On for 27, Miller. Picking up to carries. Another one lifts. 318 looks a long, long way away for Middlesex at the moment. A few better than Mark Stoneman to be in the middle for a tough dig-in required, which is what Middlesex have in front of them at the moment.
We've seen this in spells today. 1 or 2 wickets fall and the pitch really starts bringing in some variable bounce.
Watchful, Stoneman. Clearly pitched outside the line of leg, but Stoneman just trying to get in, the feel of it, get the pace of it. End of the 16th, 4 off the over. Lovely drive down the ground from Stoneman. So it's 96 for 3.
Double flake. It's got you licking your lips, that, Kev.
Yeah, just pondering the double flake. Rejected the strawberry though.
Strawberry, blueberry, needed it all.
Well, chopped in half. Now there was a little noise. Sure. Imploring the umpire. Well, it certainly sounded as though there was a little noise on that. Oh, now that. Let's have a look. Elbow, maybe? It'd be hurting if it was the elbow. Certainly from here it sounded as though there was a little noise somewhere.
There was a fraction of a second where Broad didn't go up for the appeal, but when his teammates did, he went roaring up.
High.
Definitely too high. Not easy for the batters out there.
Now Fernandez getting involved.
Good again from Broad. Very difficult out there for Stoneman and Fernandez. Just getting to terms with this pitch. Definitely still see movement. Make it very tough for a new batter. Required run rate now 6.66.
Single turn the over. Oh, they're coming back for 2. Just get struck by that one, Stoneman. I'm sure offering some words of condolence. Words of comfort. Is the physio required? Or is he all right, Stoneman? They were there.
Michael Finan back into the attack. A change of ends for the left armour. Got through 4 overs, none for 16. There was a little bit of movement in those first few overs. Didn't get any reward with a change of ends.
Oh, leading edge. How many times have we seen those today? Fernandez survives.
Brings up the 100 for Middlesex, that single. Still plenty of work to do. It's the first milestone reached. Back for 3. Nicely punched from Mark Stoneman. Good run chase for those cover fielders. Good running.
Stoneman always renowned for it. We'll run that first hard, you have to be ready. Pace from Finan. football there. With the grunts from Fineham. Takes off pretty decent length as well. Really slammed that one down and oof. Well, bowls. Well avoided. Well taken behind the stumps. 105 for 3.
Good cricket all round. Good pace from Fineham. Good bounce. Real carry as well through to McManus. You could hear the slap of the ball into the gloves. Fernandez did well to drop his gloves out of the way. Change of bowling at the pavilion end. James Sales into the attack. Starts well. Another medium fast bowler into the attack for Northants. No sign of spin as yet. That's very well bowled. Another one just leaving Mark Stoneman across the left-hander. Extravagant seam movement. Start from Sales. That's a lovely response from Mark Stoneman. We saw one a few overs ago. That was even better. Sounded beautiful off the bat. Great timing. Beautiful execution.
Thank you.
Straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot.
So I don't do anything, please. Oh, there's a knife there as well, yeah.
Come on, go again. This ball's just turning a little bit, isn't it? Come to life. All of a sudden. Nice from Stoneman. It'll start to feel a little bit better for Middlesex. They're being tested here in these middle overs.
Good passage of cricket this over. 2 times Sales has beaten the bat. Twice Stoneman has driven down the ground for 4.
Well, where is he now, Ray? It's like a game of Where's Wally, isn't it? Go around the ground, find where Ray is. Oh, great Ramundo. Will he be snapping Middlesex on their way to a first victory in the One Day Cup this year? They're 113 for 3 after 19.
Really good crowd in at Radlett today.
Like the look of the width on that one, Fernandez, but wasn't quite across to it.
He's got a good head of steam here. Does Michael Finan?
Now, it's a little edgy, but down to deep third, picks up a single. Ooh, now Stoneman drawn into it.
Quick bumper, that.
Running very well here, Finan. Causing problems. Middlesex struggling to get it away. Stoneman inside edge onto pad. Not too far away from the stumps. Again, just a single squirted away from Stoneman. 2 from the over. Middlesex 115 for 3. What's the best game, innings or player you've seen at an out ground, Kev?
Best game, innings, player. Take me a moment. Saw Hicks farewell at Kidderminster. His final game of that out ground for Worcestershire, so he got the fair send-off, as they knew they'd never see him again walking onto the fields. Best game at an out ground would have to be Middlesex's innings victory at Scarborough in 2016. First innings defeat in the 150-year history of Yorkshire at Scarborough. Middlesex igniting their title charge. Toby Rowland-Jones and Tim Mercer going through them, and Stephen Finn after the Rowland-Jones and Mercer show with the bat. What was the other option? Best game? Play innings. What was the best innings? There's 2 of them. in terms of memorable moments, but innings at an outground. Compton holding Finn at bay single-handedly at Uxbridge for Somerset was a pretty tasty encounter, because that was his return against Middlesex, and but for Compton, Middlesex would have won that game on a pretty flat surface, but nonetheless. Eskenazi had 182 here when the list A was still a Premier competition at that point, I think. Or had the 100 started by then? Maybe the 100 had started. Oh, past the edge again. Got me thinking now. Listeners can probably hear the clogs going around in the head.
Thought you answered those pretty well, to be honest, considering I put you on the spot. That's the great thing about outgrounds, though. Allows the crowd to get close to the game, get some really high-class international players as well. Pretty sure here. I remember seeing Ricky Ponting at Guildford when he had his stint at Surrey.
You were obviously there supporting the opposition.
Obviously.
Yeah, that was what I was going for. I was trying to go for some greats. Ah, Jason Gillespie at Southgate. I remember sitting at what was pretty much long off in the baking sun. There wasn't even a tent. It was just a table. The luxuries of the tent.
Brilliantly fielded.
117 for 3 end of the 21st. Yeah, that was before Fletch. Fletch arrived, then it's been plain sailing ever since for me. We have BF and AF in Middlesex history, before Fletch and after Fletch. But yeah, we sat on a table without a tent, and Jason Gillespie was just a few yards away turning to running the ball. That was quite, at that point, pretty young in my career. And he got an absolute legend of the game, part of probably the best side that ever took to the field. Running into bowl, I remember him bowling to O.A. Shah. It was a pretty high-class encounter. Gillespie was still going pretty strong at that point as well. Somewhere between 2005 2008, I'd reckon. I said it confidently that it was Yorkshire, and I'm pretty sure it was, but it may have been Glamorgan, because it was right at the back end of his career, and those are the last 2 counties that he played for.
First look at spin in this Northamptonshire innings. George Bartlett looked impressive with the bat. There was a little bit of a right arm off break. Be considered more of a part-time spinner, but the grip that we saw Holman and Co get in the first innings, let's see what Bartlett can do. Starts with a nice floaty one outside the off stump. Driven for a single.
We've, of course, seen a world record set at Uxbridge. Hamish Marshall and Kevin O'Brien, 254. First time that 2 centuries were scored in a T20 innings as well. Single to end the over. 120 for 3, 22 gone. Acquired rate back up and over 7. Then just reined it back a little bit here. That's all. 122 for 5 at this point.
Summer is here.
There you go. 122 for 5 at this point.
Yeah, these two doing well, just keeping things ticking over. Another one. Play a miss outside the off stump. We've seen that a few times. Fernandez digging in here. It's not easy out there, but the longer these batters can stay in, the easier things will get. The more they'll get used to this surface. That run rate's still not too much of an issue, as we saw with Zabe and Miller. This is the time where they came to the crease. Built a wonderful partnership.
Trying to think of the best player I've seen at an outground still. Gillespie will be up there. I remember Darvin Milan putting Sean Tate onto the roof of Richmond Pavilion. That was pretty impressive. Width crunched through the covers. He's laid into that, down on one knee, slapped hard.
Make Fernandez feel better. He's been scratching around a little bit these last few overs, but it's a lovely shot through the covers. Putting away that bad ball. Important boundary for Middlesex.
Hooked straight to the field, all on the floor. There's the red kites. Oh, well done. I think that's Noel who's managed to pick that one up. I can promise you the wingspan on that is enormous. Goes with the aerial route, and he gets 4 for it. 133 for 3. Partnership ticks to 43.
Lovely shot. Mark Stoneman moves on to 25. Middlesex going all right here. One more over before the drinks break. 133 for 3. 2 set batters, that's the important thing here. Fernandez 30 from 44. Stoneman 25 from 31. That run rate just above 7, but they won't mind that at all. Quick scoring ground. It'll be spin from both ends. The other hero with the bat, safe save, batted beautifully earlier in the day.
Aid turns that big. Back and across. Fernandez really did turn back. How far across did he go? Just hitting outside the line is the call of the umpire, I guess. Spin again. We saw it for Holman and for De Carey's, and indeed for Fernandez himself.
Surface, bits of dust popping up. It's dry. His turn.
End of the over and a drinks break here at Radlett with the live stream brought to you by Daffabet. Well, welcome back to Radlett, everybody. So that brief interlude for a message from our sponsors. Live stream from Middlesex, live and enhanced in association with Alphabet. Fernandez 31, Stoneman 25, and Middlesex with a partnership of 44 for the 4th wicket. This stage, you can see Northampton's 135 for 5. If Middlesex bat out their overs, you would fancy they win it. But there's a little bit happening out there. Off spinner to 2 left-handers with Bartlett. Yes, no, and a scrambled single. Oh, they didn't take it. Drop ball. Single. Another scampered single. 37 for 3.
That one's got away. Lovely shot from Nathan Fernandez. Just running behind square. Fielder couldn't quite get there. It's quick outfield again. To bring up the 50 partnership for these two. That's a lovely comeback from Bartlett. Just turning one outside. It's a dot to finish. 6 from the over. First one after drinks. 140 for 3. 26 gone. Required run rate now 7.42. Just creeping up. But these two, all the while they're at the crease. You think things will just be getting a little bit easier for them. It's very difficult for the new batter. Stoneman and Fernandez are set. They'll need to bat long here for Middlesex. They're going to be in with a chance of a first victory in this tournament. That has been absolutely dispatched from Mark Stoneman. Full toss from safe save. Stoneman doesn't miss out. Great start to the over for Middlesex. That's the one that Stoneman's got to be careful, especially against safe save, to turn it through the gate. Stoneman leaving no gap. There's a bit of width on that one. Carve it away for a single. 5 from the over, 145 for 3. Current partnership, 55 runs from 74 balls. This innings playing out in a similar way to what we saw from Northamptonshire. Losing a couple of early wickets, 5 in the case of Northants, 3 in the case of Middlesex. A big partnership at this sort of time of the game. Zaben Miller for Northants, Stoneman and Fernandez for Middlesex.
Face on that one. Let's just pick up a single.
Scamper through for a quick single. Good awareness from Fernandez.
Away. 5.3 the current rate, 7.6 the required, but again, as long as Middlesex are there in the 50th over, you would fancy they'd be very, very close. Double your score at 30 was the old adage. Gets through for 2. Stoneman 34 from 43. 4 off Bartlett's 4th over. So 149 for 3. And they were 149 for 5. Northamptonshire. So there you go. Apart from the wickets, absolutely neck and neck, the Worms.
Story of the day. It's been a really tight contest between these two sides, both without a victory in their opening 2 games. Something's got to give today. This one could go right down to the wire.
Swept. One gets around to Cow corner. 1-5-1 for 3, so the 150 up. Basically, Middlesex do need to double their tally from 30 overs, but of course that adage is changed by a couple of factors nowadays. One being that 10 over power play at the beginning with just 2 back. Secondly, a lot of sides look to score 100 off the back 10 anyway. So with that in mind, sides looking to score 100 off overs 40 to 50, then Middlesex would need to be around 218. 12 overs time, which isn't the hardest of pushes. But I'm sure they wouldn't be looking to leave 100 for the back 10 though. From this position, 152 for 3. No wasp, but we do have the Duckworth-Lewis par, which interestingly is 169. So Middlesex are a fair chunk behind it at the moment, so based on that, Wasp is probably giving it about 45% chance maybe for Middlesex at the moment. 55 Northamptonshire, 45 Middlesex. Maybe a little bit more in the favour of the visitors. Well, looking to drive it out of the block hole. Got something on it. If he didn't, he'd be on his way back to the pavilion right now, Fernandez. Big puff of dust. Kicked up. That's cut late. And away it goes. Nice shot by Fernandez. On to 44.
Another welcome boundary for Fernandez. A little bit edgy, but very safe. He's looked good today, Fernandez. Coming in at 3. His first couple of deliveries, strong drives down the ground. He's looked in good form.
Bounce, but Stoneman's got up and over the top of it, and he's ridden it for 4. Deftly played by the Middlesex skipper.
He's played that really well, Mark Stoneman, just riding the bounce. You can see the pace on this outfield against the spinner. Stoneman just guided it really, didn't put too much force onto that. Just raced down this hill. Away for 4 more.
Single to end the over, so 11 off it. 163 for 3 Middlesex. Double your score at 30. 326.
Northants were 160 for 5. Those runs very similar. These two putting Middlesex into a promising position. Northants are in need of a wicket.
Trevor Stream team vote. Does double your score at 30 still count in list A? Hands up for yes. No. What do you do from 30? Treble it from 30. More than double in the back 20. Absolutely. With wickets in hand, which is what Middlesex have. Again, that back 10 where sides target 100 off the back 10 now is the game changer. Where can you get to and can you hammer 100 off the back 10 is basically the new adage. Now he scoops that up, but it's gone straight. Gets away with it. Single take, and Stoneman was looking for the second. Goes fine. And it goes for 4. 168 for 3. 47 for Fernandez. This could go. Slide stops it. Stoneman moves to 44, so 47 Fernandez within sight of a maiden list A 50. Didn't play any list A last year, only T20. Northamptonshire fans know full well his first class debut for Middlesex. 169 for 3. A little bit of excitement on that last one, but a turn and bounce. It was only a yelp, nothing more. Stoneman to have strike on 44, then Fernandez 47. There you can see that climb towards the end of the innings, that last over. Brooks took a bit of tap, including a wide off what would have been the last ball, followed by a 6. Brooks on the right. Josh DeCaries. Robbie White. Jack Davies, who may or may not be the next man in. Pace on that one. Cry a catch down the leg side and up onto the roof of our tent. And let's see, that should, you might just catch it, ramp up and then pop onto our roof. Might get it on this one again. Will the camera get it go up? Up.
Flurry of boundaries in these last couple of overs for Middlesex. Very welcome boundaries.
Now, pulls that one hard and pulls it for 50 off 50 balls for the Middlesex captain. Went well at Worcester last week. Now at Radlett, trying to steer Middlesex to their first victory in the One Day Cup this season. 52 from 50 balls for Stoneman. A partnership now with Fernandez that's bringing Middlesex back into this one.
Very good from Mark Stoneman. Captain's knock so far. 22nd list A 50 and a second of the competition this season. Backing up that 75, rapid 75 scored against Worcester. Can the skipper go on and double it? 11 from the over. Weatherall back into the attack, but can't stop the rain of runs, the rain of boundaries that Middlesex are finding.
Stag 2. Or is that the new dress code for Vinny and Ted's bar? Vinny and Ted's here today, Gus and Murtagh's bar.
Is Gus pulling the pints?
This ball's clipped fine. Good sliding stop. And that is a very well run 3. Oh, use of the feet from Fernandez, but hammered back at the bowler.
Good over this from Zabe. Just bringing a bit of control back. Just 3 from it so far. Looking to get out the over.
183 for 3. $33 done.
$183 for 3. That run rate creeping up towards 8. All the while these two are at the crease, that will be manageable. It's been a good spell from Zabe so far. None for 18 from 5. The runs have come from Weatherall. It's been expensive so far. 4 overs for 42.
His figures are looking a little saturated, aren't they?
Scattered.
Scattered field.
There's the equation. 135 runs to win, 100 balls remaining. Should be manageable for a team that's lost just 3 wickets, 2 set batters.
Cut away late by Stoneman. A couple, 185 for 3. Partnership's 95 between these two now. Hammered on this occasion by Stoneman. Cover coming around to sweep up.
This is a better over for Rafi Weatherall. Just the 5 from it. It's been going at 10 and over so far. Needs to bring a bit of control. It's the 19-year-old. Pressure situations. Can he stand up and deliver for Northamptonshire? That's a good finish. Just 5 from it. 130 to win, 96 balls remain. Middlesex 188 for 3.
Waxman running out. Tablet? Hydration tablet? Something for one of these two. Hot sunny day.
Need your electrolytes on a day like today.
Shades by the car park, which is to the right of the pavilion as we look out towards the field.
Saib continuing then. Just gone for 18 from half of his allocation so far. Just finding that bit of turn. He's beaten the bat a few times. What approach does Mark Stoneman take?
Reverse sweep. Gay doing the fielding there.
Sneaking a bit too far down the leg side. Wide ball. This is where that pressure builds. 4 dots. Just that wide so far from the over. Again, nicely bowled. Can Zabe get out this over? Will Stoneman be looking for a boundary?
And there is the century stand with the single at the end of the over. 190 for 3 came together with a score. 190 for 3, funnily enough. 122 balls, the century stand. They came together with the 4 to Sam Robson. 2 and 2 at that point, and Middlesex were worried. Cracknell followed in quick succession by Robson. Stoneman surviving the hat-trick ball. Fernandez at the other end, settled in nicely as well. And, well, there you go, look, 33 of 58. Fernandez, 63 from 64 Stoneman in this partnership. Outstanding effort by the pair of them. You can see the skipper, senior man, is playing his part for sure. 190 for 3.
That's been a really good knock so far from this pair. They've had to dig in. It's not been easy out in the middle. It's a hot afternoon. They need to keep going.
Lifts past the edge. Stoneman left looking for that one.
Gus Miller back into the attack. Having a very impressive day so far, and he started well. Again here, 1 for 27 from his 5. It's top scored. Second top score, 73 from 68 with the bat.
Smeared away into the onside by Stoneman. His way back into the T20 side towards the end of the campaign. England opener from Durham. From Surrey, a stint with Yorkshire in the T20 as well. Now, chase on here for long leg. Pair of them, they were leaving it for each other, and goodness me. Finnan doing the fielding in the end. Might have been a word or two from the crowd, questioning whether it had gone. It had not.
It's a good start to this over from Stoneman. 6 from those first 3 balls.
Oh, Stoneman goes for a pickup over long arm, over Vinian's heads, over the scoreboards. That was sweetly struck, smeared over mid-wicket previously in the over for 4. This one's smeared over long arm.
Beautiful shot, Mark Stoneman. New balls could be in order. First 6 of the innings for Middlesex. Spectators giving a hand. Big shot from Stoneman.
It's Vinian's heads, just the left there, isn't it? We can just see the flap of the tent where Vinian's head's bar sits. Angus Fraser and Tim Merters. Pub on tour.
New ball will be needed. Supplied by Ethan Bamber, Middlesex's 12th man today. At 6, also brought up the 200 for Middlesex.
Stoneman clipping fine. Bouncing ball had Stoneman thinking about a second there. Finnan's got a good arm. Flat throw with his left arm. That's clubbed away by Fernandez, but mid-wicket gets a hand to it. So he's on to 49. He's been stuck on 48 for quite some time, Fernandez.
Another good over for Middlesex. 14 from it. 114 to win, 84 balls remaining. This game is set up really nicely. Had a great crowd here at Radlett on this beautiful Monday. Wonderful turnout, set up for an exciting finish to this game. He's taking inspiration from you, Kev.
Guess a certain time of day, you've got to get your feet up. Ooh, going for the paddle, it'll get his 50. Not as he intended it though. 50 from 79 balls for Fernandez, his maiden list day 50. And a fine knock it's been. Pressured. Raises back to the pavilion.
Well played, Nathan Fernandez. 5 fours. He's batted very well. Started the season off brilliantly. He's found runs hard to come by in recent weeks, but that 50 will make him feel good.
Cut hard by Stoneman. Single taken. Now Stoneman uses his feet. That's a brilliant piece of fielding by Finan, sorry. Tumbling stop. Rolls, gets up, gets it in.
He's done so well there. His games can come down to a couple of runs. He's certainly saved 2 there.
Oh dear, gets away with that. Cryer catch goes over the top of cover and deep back point comes around. They'll pick up a couple, but that was not where Stoneman intended that to go or how he intended it to get there. He's on to 81 though from 73. 107 to win from 78. 211 for 3. 7 wickets standing. How many times out of 10 would you back Middlesex to chase down these runs from this possession?
20 out of 10.
Should have said on the official Middlesex stream, you don't have to answer that, Don. Batting firsts, the 37 overs gone. 211 for 3. What would you be looking to score off the final 13 overs? Probably somewhere around, again, 100 off the back 10 for the next 3 overs. Say 20, so you're looking to score about 120 from here if you're batting firsts. Setting a target now, I need 107 to win. Chasing where it has that different pressure to setting, so this is tight. DLS backs that up. 207 is the DLS for the next ball, and 211 for 3 is the score.
Brilliant bit of fielding. Finan back into the attack. It's that point in the game now where every dot is vital. Hard running between the wickets is needed. I feel at this point, just 3 wickets down. The batting team have to be favourites, but one or both of these Batters to go now, and Northampton will be right back in this. They'll feel like they're on top. A lot riding on this game for both sides.
White helps. Oh, yes, no. Stoneman's call. He was running to the danger end.
Direct hit would have been close here. Stoneman set off early. Nah, he would have been home. It's good running. 105 to win now off 76.
Pulls just for a single. Hands on head for Finan.
Scamper through. A leg by. That's okay, that's one for the over. Stoneman looked to the square leg umpire. Deemed okay, or bowled from Finan.
Stroke for a single.
Six from the over. 38 gone. Justin Broad back into the attack. Middlesex balcony. Be a few nerves lying around for the incoming batters. For now, Stoneman and Fernandez are still going strong. Justin Broad brought back in. Those 2-2 balls earlier with the wickets of Cracknell and then Sam Robson. Beautiful deliveries. He's bowled very well, 2 for 24 from his 5 so far.
Oh, leg sides. Just a number of extras ticking up in the last couple of overs. You still see the 2 wides from the last over and the leg by. Finnans over.
Yeah, that's 10 wides in the innings now. Already for Northants. Middlesex bowled 8 wides. Northants up at double figures.
Oh dear, plays on. Stoneman just gives himself a little bit of room. Chops that down onto the stumps. That's a huge wicket for Northamptonshire. Huge wicket for this match now. Stoneman had been looking so good. Chops it down onto off stump. That's the wonder back for 83, the Middlesex captain. He's given him to his side a fine foundation here. Covered the position, which they were in at 90 for 3 and in danger of a wobble. 218 for 4, an excellent stand of 128 with Fernandez. Now it's over to Fernandez to keep it going. As Fernandez has 52 from 83. Anderson joins him, Davies still to come.
Another wicket. Justin Broad brought back into the attack. Instant impact. Key wickets of Cracknell and Robson. Now Stoneman. It's been a brilliant spell so far. Inspired captaincy as well with that change of bowling. It's a wonderful knock from Mark Stoneman. 83 from 78. Martin Anderson comes to the crease. Positive player. Good player to have this sort of game situation.
Oh, Anderson down the track goes for it. There's an appeal from behind the stump from McManus. Wide, no ball not given, just a nudge of the 1 for the over from the umpire.
And that'll be interesting to see. New batter at the crease. Will he be able to find his flow quickly? It's not the easiest of pitches to get started on.
Just a bit of shape back in there for Broad, but Anderson rides it nicely down to deep third.
He's in good form in the blast, Martin Anderson.
Size wide given. That was tight actually because Fernandez stepped across slightly. It may well have gone down the line that he was stood to begin with.
It's 11 wides now, something that could be very costly for Northants should they lose this game.
Up in the air. Long leg coming around. Pick up a single. 97 to win from 66, the wicket of Stoneman in that over. That's required, dropping down to double figures. 128 that stand. Boy oh boy did they need that. We said that when they came together. Middlesex needs something substantial to prove a foundation. Well, they've got it. Now who's going to be the finisher? Fernandez, Anderson, Davies to come. Of course, Anderson and Davies rescued a Middlesex innings at Cheltenham College a couple of weeks back in the T20. Produced Middlesex's first win at a Gloucestershire ground in T20 history. Ball. Fine. And goes past the edge now. Pressure's building here at Radlett. Cry catch, didn't it? Was a thick edge down to deep third. Feels like Middlesex might need a cameo at the other end at the moment to try and take a chunk out of this.
Just take a bit of pressure off Fernandez.
Anderson, who's been opening in the blast.
Anderson is a good option to take that pressure off of Fernandez. Let Fernandez just bat through. Anderson can try and take the attack to Northants. Ease that run rate.
Stepping across with his drive at a thick inside edge. Hooked. And all the way for 6. Much needed runs for Middlesex. We said they needed a chunk taken out of this target. 228 for 4.
A lovely strike. Martin Anderson is in good form in the blast. made lots of starts, hit some big sixes. He continue that form today.
Oh, bump ball. Cry catch from somebody, but I'm pretty sure that was played into the ground. Bumped up and allowed them through for the single. 8 off the over. 89 to win from 60. 6 wickets standing. This is tight. Very, very tight.
DLS, just as a guide here, 231. So it really is tight. This game has been back and forward all day. It's coming down to a wonderful conclusion. Broad is the key here. Middlesex just looked to play him out. He's still got this over and then 3 more. He's taken the 3 key wickets.
It goes up in the air. And lands safe. Goodness me, that was close. The hearts in mouths around Radlett for that one. Hanging into the onside. Fernandez comes back for 2.
Felt like that was in the air for a long time. Fielders rushing in, but thankfully for Fernandez, it fell short.
Both teams been looking at that as a huge, huge moment. It goes Middlesex's way. Single on this occasion with the drag for Fernandez. It does feel somewhat with the batting that Middlesex have to come as though the charge needs to happen at the other end. If they were to lose Fernandez now, Middlesex, you'd start to think that this game was drifting towards the Steelbacks. Well bowled by Broad, step across from Anderson. Went for the Yorker as a response. Oh, little step over from Finan. His work's been good in the field so far, but they better get back for a couple. Cut away. That misfields is costly. They get back for a couple in the next ball, stumped for 4 by Anderson.
Very good, Martin Anderson. Adding that impetus that's needed. This will just take pressure off Nathan Fernandez. Very quick scoring player, Martin Anderson. Raced on to 15 from 9.
Sure with the chat for Broad. Yes, the call. Anderson keeps the strike. He moves to 16 from 10. 9 to go. Middlesex need 54 to win. They're 240 for 4.
11 from the over. Which is a good one. Justin Broad has been the key bowler to take 11 off it. Very promising.
78 to win, not 54, sorry. 54 balls remaining. A few pensive looks from the sideline. It's a big game for these two sides. Looking to get up and running in the group stage. Height problem for that one for Anderson. Now, where's that gone? Just for a single. Left-hander to left-hander. Is this perhaps an over for Fernandez to try and put some pressure on Finan, who's bowled well to the right-handers? As well as he's batted Fernandez, he's got to up his scoring rate a little here. Again, it feels as though it's not Fernandez or bust, but goodness me, if he were to fall, it's a real danger for Middlesex crumbling in the chase. Now, that is some pickup shot. Just clears the front foot and thumps over long on. That's a fabulous shot, and that changes his strike rate dramatically.
Yeah, good from Fernandez. Needed. Dots were just building a little bit of pressure on him, but that's going to help a lot. Nice strike, safe shot as well, no fielder out there, well placed, good execution.
Goes again. It's a good follow-up by Finance, felt like he put his back into that a little bit more. 71 from 51. Amazing what one delivery can do. 6 just gives it a different feel. All of a sudden, one good over now. Middlesex are in the box seat. Driven through with an open face. Deep third will get around to hold them to a couple. Applause for the running. As Fernandez moves to 65 from 92. He likes facing Northamptonshire, Nathan Fernandez. Oh, now Fernandez pulling out the shots. Single down to deep third, and it's the 250 on the board for Middlesex. 250 for 4 at the end of the 42nd. 8 to go here at Radlett with the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. The DLS is 243. Middlesex are 250 for 4 before the start of the over. 243 for the next ball. Drinks one out by Blake Cullen. Zabe with the ball in the background there. Put a spin to re-enter the attack. We saw Holman come back Couple wicket.
Northampton 243, 241 for 5 at this point, but remember, they took a lot of runs off that final over of their innings, 22, I believe it was.
What a pretty picture. Rugby field behind the pavilion end, you can see at the back of that shot. Refurbished pavilion. It's nearly 15 years ago now. Re-kitted for Middlesex to make this their second 11 home base. So save it is. Face off. 5 fielders back in power play 3. Middlesex hold out to one of those in the deep.
I feel this is a big moment in this game. Spin of Zabe. It's been hard to get away the spinners throughout this game. Zabe going at shy of 4 and over with his run rate. So his economy's been fantastic so far. Can he get a vital breakthrough for Northants?
Anderson gives himself room. He clubs it down the ground. Finan does the fielding just in front of us. Long on, it's just a single.
Well fielded from Finan. Keeping that to 1.
To some extent, Middlesex can milk it. At a run a ball at the moment. They just need one big over here. Now that's short. Fernandez will feel he's missed out there a little bit. Maybe tried to hit it too hard. Oh, he's lit up, got in position early. Stepping away, Anderson. Zabe tries to dart it. They come through for the single. The dive from Fernandez tells you how close it was.
A better throw, and that would have been interesting. It was good running. Middlesex looking for a run every ball here.
Track again, just dumped back to the bowler. Oh, now. Really tossed up by Zabe. That was a risk. A risk that nearly paid off. As Fernandez nearly offered it back to him. And he might have just got his fingertip to it, looking at the reaction of Zabe there. Looking at his little finger on his left hand. Off on the boundary, okay, so just a single. So it wasn't a risk that went against him, Zabe. Thought for a moment Fernandez might have got that away and over the bowler's head for the boundary, but there's the worm. It tells you how tight this has been. That little tumble of wickets at the end there in the Northamptonshire innings, then they had an almighty climb in that last over to propel things along. You would fancy in the chase and the pressure that comes with it, Middlesex cannot afford a tumble of wickets similarly. The end of their knock. 255 for 4. 7 overs to go. 63 runs. DLS 250 before the first ball is bowled to the over. Wicket changes that.
Miller back into the attack. 7 overs remaining. Finan has 1. Whether all 5, but he's been expensive. Miller has 4. Justin Broad 3, you'd have thought he'll bowl out. They give another over to the spinner.
front foot again. Fernandez. Sweeper out there at cow corner, just a single. This is driven away with an open face by Anderson. He does have a flowing drive. Oh, that's heaved. Oh, down the ground it goes from Anderson. It was in the air for a moment and Miller threw out a hand to it. That eases a little bit of the tension. It is on a knife edge here. Bump ball, or full ball, driven back down the ground in the air. It's hit on the half volley by Anderson. Now, that has gone the whole way into the groundsman's hut as well. They'll have to find that in amongst all the machinery. Be close to being called a no ball as well. 6 is signalled. Was it a waist high full toss? I think it was, but have they signalled it? Signal as a waist high full toss. That is a game changer. Definitely above waist height. And it's gone for 6 and a free hit. And Martin Anderson may well, with that delivery, have just hit Middlesex very much into the box seat for sure. 38 balls, 48 required, and a free hit coming up. Slow ball up in the air, one hand off the hook from Anderson. They'll get back for 2. Don't get run out off the free hit, that's always a good shout. But a couple taken, so that ball has effectively cost 10. 50 partnership came up with that 6 as well. This is good from Anderson, 32 from 18. Anderson, 19 from 16. Needed to go at the other ends, and couldn't afford to lose Fernandez. He couldn't be the one to start the charge, the set batter. 46 from 37. Walking down the track now, Anderson. Slow ball bouncer outside off and a dot ball to end the over. A drop of the bat. Does he want a change of gloves? Martin Anderson. It's edge of the seat stuff here. It's Radlett and 272 for 4. Dom. Well, we said it earlier, besides chasing, and they need 46 off 36 with 6 wickets standing, how many times out of 10 are they going to do it? At this stage, you'd probably back the batting side.
Absolutely. Martin Anderson has come in and played the role that this Middlesex team know that he can do so well. Really positive. 32 from 19 so far. Nathan Fernandez, a young guy as well, batting beautifully. If they can get Middlesex over the line here, it'll mean a lot for the team that's struggled in white ball this season.
Sam Robson on the right of the screen there. He's out for a first baller today. First to go, the man to his right was DeCary's. Jack Davies the next in. And then there's the skipper and the captain. and the assistant coach. Cut away, and it's gone. Backward a point for 4. There's a cover point in position on the boundary, sweeping up. But Fernandez seeing it big. Zabe, oh, that really just dragged out of his hands. You can just see, whipped it wide. The release didn't seem quite right for him there. Maybe he was really looking to get a grip on that one, but it slipped out by the looks of it. Down the track now this time, and down the ground for 4. Back-to-back boundaries. Fernandez moves to 79. Middlesex moves to 280. And in the space of a few deliveries here, back end of the last over and start of this, the swingometer's heading in the favour of the hosts. Oh wow, he's dropped short on this one, Zabe, and he could be punished with 4 more. He is. What a start to the over this is. Fernandez moves to 83, level with Stoneman, who top scored in the innings so far. 284 for 4. The hosts are moving into a position where they would kick themselves if they didn't win it from here.
Smelly vision. Nobody at home has rubber hot dogs.
Now, where's he gone with this one? Long on, holds on. Fernandez, did he get carried away? 3 consecutive boundaries. The 4th ball of the over goes down the throat of the fielder, and just as you felt the game was swinging to the hosts, and Fernandez holds out. And Northamptonshire are back in this. 284 for 5.
Pointed there, Fernandez. Having hit 3 4s, first 3 balls of that over. Questions will be asked, did he need to go for that 4th? But it's the way the modern player plays. It's been a wonderful knock from Fernandez. Put his team great position, 83 from 103 deliveries, 8 4s and 1 6. Brilliant knock from the 20-year-old.
In comes Jack Davies now. It's Davies and Anderson at Cheltenham College that turned the game for Middlesex. They just need to turn the screw here. 34 from 32, a runner ball, and Middlesex will be really, really disappointed. Fernandez will be really disappointed with that wicket, because otherwise he would have said this was Middlesex's game all day long, but they've got a new batter at one end now. Just got to push a runner ball, let the pressure tell on the Steelbacks. Again, if you put it in the context of 5 overs to go, what would you be looking for here as the batting side with 6 wickets standing? You'd have probably said you'd be looking for another 50 to 60 runs from this position, putting you around 340, well clear of what they required, the 318. And that's why that wicket could come back to haunt Middlesex. Game on again at Radlett.
It was a gamble whether they were going to bowl the spinner again. He's gone for runs, but he's got that wicket.
Davies bumps on back. Middlesex have got deliveries to play with here. The required rate below 6 and over. That's hooked away. Ah, good scrambling stop. Get back for a couple. Figures at the bottom of the screen the wrong way around. It's just over 6 and over, I should say. 32 to win from 30. But a runner ball at this stage of a chase, if you offered any side in the world that equation, they would take it. Look at that. Spike upwards. acceleration from Fernandez, but that wicket, that little zero, that little circle that you can see there, could be absolutely massive in this game. Neck and neck for the most part. As everybody knows, the crunch end of the chase is always the one that has more pressure, more weight on it. It's when mistakes can be made and things can fall apart. Can happen in the field as well. See a chance put down and then all of a sudden heads go down as well in the fields. Northamptonshire will be gunning for this though. They've got a way back into it with that wicket. Both sides starting the competition with 2 defeats this year. Both sides at this point will feel they've got a chance. Right-handed, left-handed combination remains. Still got Luke Holman to come as well, Middlesex. Brooks, capable of the long handle. Cornwall, who hit the biggest 6 that I've seen hit at Lords. I can't imagine there's been a bigger one hit at Lords than that of Cornwall in the blast earlier this summer. And young Ishan Kaushil's come as well. Now wide. This is where right-hander, left-hander is so crucial. It's particularly in limited overs cricket. Bowlers looking to mix up lines, lengths, pace of delivery, release. You factor in a left-hander as well. It's not so easy to mix it up then. Now height should probably save Davies there. He's got pinned on the back foot. Back and across. No bat involved. Oh dear. I tell you what, they'd have gone upstairs for it if they could have. I reckon that's evened up the Shaw one from earlier if there was any doubt on that one. Davies looking to flay on this occasion. He's got away with it. Bat face opening and a single out to deep cover. Replays a lofted drive down the ground. Jack Davies. But these two have form, they have history. Can they deliver again as a partnership for Middlesex? Oh, now, where does that end up? Anderson looking to hook. It's come off a bit of everything. It might have hit the helmet as well, so we might have to have a concussion check here. Yes, we will. Oh dear, I hit him flush on the grill. I'd fancy he'd be fine with a blow to the grill, but nonetheless, Pete Wax from the physio, Blake Cullen, the 12th man, coming out to have a look.
Just slow this game down a little bit. Give Northants an opportunity to reset. Work out some new plans. 29 to win. Northants at this stage are on 267 for 8, so Middlesex way ahead. But Northants did get over 20 from that final over. Northants need wickets though.
Away for a single into the covers. They don't release the ball from cover, they release the throw. Only one stump to aim at. Single to end the over. 291 for 5. Still in Middlesex's favour, but they're not over the line yet. Runs all around the ground at Radlett. It's usually a high-scoring ground, slightly smaller playing surface here. That mound in the middle, as we mentioned, if you're just joining us, it's a ground that falls away all around the ground from the square. So once you do get it through the inner field, there's a fair chance it's going to race away. Rafi Weatherall. For the Steelbacks. At the end, he's got a bit of pace about him.
Pressure on Weatherall now. 5 overs for 47.
Oh, now. It's on the thigh. Too high from Weatherall. Ow. Now, how high up did that hit? There we go. I think that gave an indication. For the pick up there, Anderson. It's gone the other way. Was there a little bit of bat? It must have been batted balls. Possibly even the back of the bat. May have ramped up off the pad onto the back of the bat and then gone into the offside. I think it just climbed up. He was through the shot. It struck the body first, just there, and then back of the bat. Oh, a swing and a miss. Through it goes. Weatherall's back into the attack. Temperatures rising.
Started well. Weatherall is taking some tap in his first 5 overs, but 3 dots, 3 important dots. Davies just needs bat on ball.
Now, leg side. Away it goes. Just a single. 3 dot balls at this stage of the innings, though, again brings Northamptonshire back into it.
It's a big last 2 deliveries, this. Martin Anderson on strike. He's going to be looking for the boundary. 26 to win from 20.
For a single into the offside, missed times. If a tie were offered at this stage, would either side take it? I think Middlesex 25 off 19 with 5 wickets. It should be the batting side's game, but equally Northamptonshire. They'll know one more wicket now, especially Anderson. And they will have the chance themselves, but given that both sides lost both their opening games, that's why you wonder, would one of the sides take a tie at this point? Slow ball, block hole length, swung away into the onside. Oh, they think about 2. There's a slip from Davies, but the throw goes to the wicket-keeper's end, so all's well. End of the 47th over. 18 balls, 24 runs. 294 for 5 Middlesex.
Huge credit to Rafi Weatherall there. Young man coming back, just 3 from that over. High pressure situation. And he's delivered. After going at 10 and over, his first 5, that's a huge comeback. He's just given Northants an opportunity. You see, team meeting in the middle. Every ball now is vital. Justin Broad, he's got 2 overs remaining in his spell. Still feel like Northants need wickets here if they're going to win. If these 2 are at the crease, you'd say Middlesex should be winning this game.
Little slam back down the grounds, and that gets through for 4. Now, that alleviates a little bit of the tension. Fine shot from Davies. He's got a good drive on him. Good temperament. 20 from 17 should be the batting side's game. Short ball, slow ball, thumped for 6. Into the car park it goes. 14 to win from 16. And Davis showing what he's capable of again.
Brilliant shot. Jack Davis swung himself off his front foot. Big 6. Heading for the cars again. Big momentum swing now. Middlesex 14 to win from 16.
Looks like all the car windscreens are intact. So pass the parcel. Come on, who's got a good arm on him? $14 to win from 16. The wicket of Fernandez swung it back to the balance at least, but it brought Northamptonshire back into the game. If you wanted to be one of the 2 teams right now, it would certainly be Middlesex. What has Broad got to come back with? Oh, felt like there was a bit more zip in that one. Pace off the shorter ball last up. Zips through, angled across. 304 for 5. Anybody tuning in for a close finish here at the end? A warm welcome to the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Just past 250,000 views for the day. Oh, now. Tuned in at the right time. Look at that for a shot from Davies. Back-to-back 6s, and that's one of the biggest of the day.
That one will need a new ball. Brilliant strike again from Davis.
No beating around the bush for Davies.
In the slot. Beautiful pickup from the keeper batter. Been great since coming to the crease. 22 from 14. Partnering well with Anderson. Taking Middlesex very close to their first victory of this competition, and a huge victory it will be. I mean a lot to this team. This middle order showing their full potential. Nathan Fernandez 83, Anderson a rapid 35 not out, Davis now 22 not out. That experience, Mark Stoneman as well.
Now, Davies goes again. It's 4 more. Davies moves to 26 from 15. More than a cameo. This is a cracking innings now from the Middlesex keeper. 314 for 5. Middlesex putting to bed some demons from the first 2 games here. This was a tricky chase. Should just be a single. Davies will keep the strike. He's on to 27 from 16. And it's 3 to win from 12 deliveries. Middlesex nearly there for their first win of the One Day Cup. Gets them up and running. So, well, they haven't given up. 2 overs, just the 3 runs. They're going to slow it down, try and crank the pressure that way. Weatherall, man who's given the clear instructions. Fields has a deep cover and a deep third. They're going to have a long leg. Deep square's coming up. Well, they've got a deep square and a long leg. It's only 4 back at the moment. In fact, they're bringing more up, with only 3 required. And well, the field placing doesn't really matter when you put it onto the hip like that. And there's the winning runs from Davies. He moves to 31 from 17. And that's an outstanding chase from Middlesex under real pressure after defeats in both their opening games. Jack Davies has come in. It's the fall of Fernandez. Seen it home. Anderson coming in after the fall of Stoneman and producing Fernandez. You can see on the left of the balcony there with some real support. Cracking innings from he and from Stoneman on the right of the pitch of the skipper. Middlesex had their first win. They're back on home soil. On home soil for the first time in this competition. And they have a win to go with it.
A brilliant game of cricket. Came down towards the wire. But there's that lower middle order. Stoneman 83, Anderson 35, Davies 31. In quick time has taken Middlesex over the line. Their first win in this competition. Moves them up to 6th in the table. Be delighted. Smiles on the faces.
Yep, they will be relieved with that one. They obviously had a tough time with it, bat and ball at Worcestershire first up, and a decent time of it with the bat at Derbyshire, but it went wrong with the ball. Derbyshire got away. The toss was probably crucial that day. Today, it's pretty even Stevens both innings. There's a fair bit of pace and bounce, some movement throughout on all of it. And there's the applause and the greeting of Davies and Anderson in the background there. Luke Coleman applauding his mates. Sam Robson, centre of the pitch, first baller for Robson today. But Middlesex are up and running in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. An outstanding chase. That was never going to be easy to chase 300 on any ground, particularly with the pressure that was on for the home side as well. There's a couple of wickets. There was the hat-trick ball at one point as well, wasn't there, for Broad, but not to be for Northamptonshire. So Middlesex have their win. They're back in action on Sunday when they face Kent at Beckenham. They're back here to face Durham at Radlett next week, Tuesday. And, well, with some form behind them now and a win here, crucially, against Northamptonshire, they will feel an awful lot better about life. The bowling performance, well, Holman's 3 for 49. He's doing well in all formats, and with anything he does at the moment, Luke Holman. Noah Cornwall's 2 for 54. He gave them a really good start as well. Didn't come back for the death overs. Brooks had bowled nicely throughout. Took a little bit of tap at the start and at the beginning. His first over went for 14. His last went for a good few as well. But yeah, with the bat though, Fernandez, Stoneman, Cracknell and Anderson absolutely outstanding, hitting back in response to Shaw's 76 at the top and the cameo. A little bit more than that from Miller at the bottom with 73 from 68. That was an innings that particularly put Northamptonshire into a very, very good position indeed. So, on to Beckenham on Sunday for Middlesex. As for Northamptonshire, they have a weekend trip to Chesterley Street for a Friday fixture, that is. 11 o'clock starts at Chesterley Street for that one. So they'll face Durham before Middlesex face them here next Tuesday. That's it, though, from the live stream at Radlett. Many thanks to Tom Ford, alongside myself, Kevin Hand, for the commentary. Thank you at home for your company as well. The live enhanced stream brought to you by Daffabet here at Radlett. We'll be back with the live stream next week, Tuesday. But good luck to both teams on their travels in the next one. Middlesex win this by 5 wickets.